Nene Te Whānau here in Chambers, public gallery, and also those joining us online. I'll formally open our council meeting with our council prayer. Nene tātou, he te atua, ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māmai te whiriwhiri kia mo te kaunihira o te kua tika ki te nahi o te ngā karawaha. Whakamahi ngā pūkinga me te mātanga, mai roto i ngā wānanga me ngā whakatanga, kia ka ture ai te tahi hapuri e tikanga, e tūkotahi ana kamutu whakapiki anō i te oranga o tō tātou rohe, whakataono i ngā take o te roheringa i te tikamitu. Lord, we ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. Just by way of announcements, I want to welcome our Tuia Rangatahi Leadership Program, one of our Taina for this year, Noah who's in Chambers. Good everybody. Noah is a fantastic addition to our Tuia program under the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs banner for this year, and has recently arrived back from Canada, and you were at the
I was presenting at the United Nations Oceans Past Conference. Yeah.
So, fantastic addition to be a part of our program. Already giving back, good luck to present on that as well. So, a big mihi to Noah. Noah will one day, and lucky this is recording, be if not the mayor of the Far North Unitary or Northern Unitary Council, he will be the Prime Minister. Remember us little folk when you're the maramataka today is more so it is a lower energy maramataka, but maybe it will help keep us nice and calm for our meeting today. Our surveys for shaping Northland's future have now closed as of 5 p.m. today, so come back through, and thank you for everyone who participated in those. Hapu and wider community engagement early on the Head Start reform process was held earlier this week, providing an opportunity for direct input into the future of local government. Acknowledge the strong level of community engagement and feedback received across the region during this time, and our Northland councils continue to work together on a final and formal proposal with an outline required to be submitted to government by August. So watch this space because we've still got a little bit more of a way to go, and we'll still keep everyone moving. Our council has recently launched a new What's On events page, making it easier for residents and visitors across the district on our website. Also want to acknowledge recent national recognition of 2 Far North District Council initiatives, including a mobile voting service that contributed to the highest voter turnout in 30 years, and work strengthening Te Māori capability within the organisation. So, Te Māori Day as well. Congratulations to staff and electeds and those initiatives. Fantastic. A new community governance board has been appointed for Te Pua Waitanga, our proud Waitangi centre, to guide the next stage of this important regional facility to governance board for Te Pua Waitanga. Ongoing infrastructure and service delivery work continues across the district, including road maintenance, bridge repairs, and water upgrades of Paikoke and the surrounding areas. Council is also continuing its work on environmental responsibility, including addressing illegal dumping and promoting better waste practices across the Far North. And also, I just want to give a sincere mihi to Deputy Mayor Koepu Chiki-Ratkin for her time as acting mayor while I've been away through probably one of the most difficult times my own family has had to face with my nan having a heart attack, a stroke, failing to wake, surviving the removal of her breathing tube. She has been flown at Whangarei Hospital actually right now on the air. So I really thank you all for all of your kind warm wishes to our whānau through this time. Especially thank you for your time and just stepping in and taking it on, staff for allowing me to be where I needed to be. It's really actually surprisingly, I thought I would have like coming back to it today, but it's been really nice and refreshing to come back today. So thank you to all from not only myself but my time. Our kai hakapiti reo Māori, our Māori language interpreter is over to that for today. Headsets are available for those listening. Just a reminder that we are live streaming on our final district platform, YouTube and Facebook pages. And a reminder to everyone that the microphone and chambers will pick up all sounds, so they keep side chats and paper shuffling to a minimum. And with that, we will get into our meeting proper, and I will ask for any apologies or declarations of I think we've got a full house. We've got a few members who are joining us online, and declarations of interest can be made at the papers themselves. So I will just move on there. We don't have any deputations for today. So we'll go straight into item 5, also those of the motion. And we've got off there with council and the flowers, and I'll ask for a second.
Peter second.
Thank you, Councillor. I will pass over to Councillor Smalley.
Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor, fellow councillors and Chief Executive. I rise today in support of this notice of motion because it goes to the very heart of good governance, informed decision making, and our responsibilities as elected members. At its core, this motion is based on a very simple principle: better information in, better decisions out. So I bring this motion to the table today because of a fundamental reality of local governance. We, the elected members, carry the ultimate legal, financial and democratic responsibility for the Far North District. We are the people who must justify our decisions to ratepayers, and we cannot properly govern what we cannot properly see. This is exactly what this motion seeks to address, nothing more and nothing less. Now, the Chief Executive's report suggests that the report template is of an operational matter, and that changes to report formats should therefore be determined by the Chief Executive. I respectfully disagree. The Chief Executive has authority over operational matters. The governance body has authority over governance matters. It is not for the CE to dictate to us the information we need. Determining what information elected members require before making decisions is fundamentally a governance matter. In fact, it is one of the most important governance matters we have. The issue before us is what information elected members require before voting. Again, a governance decision. And it's entirely appropriate for this governing body to set expectations around the quality, completeness and transparency of the information it receives. Currently, the reports presented to this chamber frequently blend financial data, operational impact, legal considerations, strategic matters and internal narratives into a single document. Now, while narratives has its place, blending these elements often obscures the hard numbers and the underlying technical difficulties and realities. More concerningly, elected members are sometimes asked to make significant decisions without a clear line of sight into what alternative options are discarded, what alternative opportunity costs exist, and how significance was assessed, or whether a recommendation is fully funded within the long-term plan. Now, this proposal aligns directly with the Local Government Act 2002. Section 76 requires council to use a decision-making process that is appropriate to the significance of the matter. Section 76AA requires us to consider the advantages and disadvantages of these options. Section 80 requires transparency when decisions are inconsistent with existing plans or policies. And Section 97 places additional obligations around significant decisions with long-term impacts. These are not merely administrative requirements. These are statutory governance obligations. Yet too often we receive reports in this chamber that make it difficult to verify whether these requirements have been fully considered and applied. Missing in action, absent, where are they? They're not visible. So this motion creates new obligation. It creates a reporting framework that allows elected members to clearly see how these existing obligations have been met. It's a governance and risk management issue. Now, in the recent Court of Appeal regarding Thornton and Key, reinforced the importance of elected members properly considering options and making decisions based upon robust information and analysis. If alternative options are filtered out before they reach this governing body, or the reasoning behind the recommendations cannot be clearly seen, then elected members risk being unable to demonstrate that they have fully discharged their statutory decision-making responsibilities. This motion seems to fix that vulnerability. This motion contains 6 key requirements. The first one is the direct ratepayer financial impact. And I really want to highlight this because ratepayers deserve to know what the decision costs. Elected members need to know what decisions cost before voting, not just the initial capital cost, but the operational cost, the maintenance cost, the compliance cost, and the long-term financial consequences. So if we are expected to vote on expenditure, we should be able to see the financial impact. That's Governance 101. Show us the money. The second requirement is opportunity cost, where every dollar spent in one place cannot be spent somewhere else. We need to be able to see that. Again, Governance 101. The third requirement is discarded alternatives. Now, the Local Government Act requires us to consider reasonably practical options, not wild options, but reasonably practical options. And we are legally responsible for assessing those options. The fourth requirement is the author's professional assessment and significant and engagement policy application. Now, the Far North District Council has a significant and engagement policy for a reason. And us councillors, we should be able to clearly see how significance was assessed and how the policy was applied. That is not unreasonable. That is good governance. The fifth requirement is that the long-term plan and annual plan compliance together with executive sign-off. One of the most basic questions a councillor should be able to ask is this budgeted? Does it align with the long-term plan? Does it align with the annual plan? Or are we being asked to approve expenditure that sits outside what has already been agreed? Now, councillors should not have to search through multiple documents to find the answer. It should be clearly stated in the report. The sixth requirement is the internal advisory and consultation feedback. Transparency of this gives us confidence. If finance staff identify risks, councillors should know. If legal concerns are raised, councillors should know. If alternative views exist during the development of a recommendation, councillors should know. Good decisions are often strengthened by robust internal debates. What we might hear today is that this will create administrative burden. I respectfully reject that premise. Under the Local Government Act, staff are already required to assess the impacts. Staff already required to evaluate options, consider significance, identify risks, and provide advice. This motion does not create new work. It simply requires the work that has already been undertaken to be clearly presented to the people who carry the responsibility for this decision. The report also raises concerns about proportionality. I agree with proportionality. Not every report requires pages of analysis, but we want quality, not quantity. Every significant decision involving millions of dollars, strategic direction, long-term liabilities, significant assessments, or major community impacts absolutely warrant greater transparency. So with respect, I've heard suggestions today that this should be referred to a workshop to develop a new template. I do not believe we require a new template. The template is already before us. It has the 6 requirements that are pursuant to the Local Government Act: direct financial cost, opportunity cost, discarded alternatives, author's professional assessment and significant analysis, the long-term plan and annual plan compliance, and internal advisory feedback. That is the template. This work has already been done and it fits beautifully with the LGA. So the question before us today is not whether we need another workshop to discuss information. We have voted before to actually have issues taken to workshops, and to be frank, that has not happened here. The question is whether elected members require this information before making decisions. And the answer is yes, then the template should be adopted. If the answer is no, then councillors should explain why they do not require visibility of financial impact, opportunity costs, alternative options, significant assessments, budget compliance, and internal advisory feedback before voting. I do not believe another workshop changes that fundamental question. The Local Government Act already tells us what our decision-making obligations are. As I've mentioned, Section 76, 76AA, 77, 80 and 97 already established the framework. So this motion simply converts those statutory obligations into a practical reporting template that allows elected members to see how those obligations are met. So finally, I would like to return to the most important point. Councillors are expected to carry responsibility for decisions. We are expected to justify those decisions, and we are expected to stand behind those decisions. Now, in some circumstances, we may be required to defend those decisions through audits, investigation, ombudsman review, judicial review proceedings, and public scrutiny. So if elected members are expected to own the decisions, the elected members must be able to see the workings behind that decision.
Point of order, can we get a time?
Yeah, the member started their speech at around 10:08, so it is just coming up to 10 minutes now, if she could bring up.
The principle should concern every councillor around the table, regardless of political persuasion. I commend this notice of motion. Thank you.
Councillor Corder, seconder.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll reserve my right to speak final.
Councillor Research.
Thank you, Mayor. It's good to see you back. First of all, I'd like some accuracy being stated. Edwina spoke first. She said she heard in this chamber comments about having a workshop. How can that be when you spoke first? Why I disagree with this notice of motion is that it is actually covering information, as Councillor Smulders have already pointed out, that's required under the Act. So if there's anything that we are not doing under the Act, our auditors would pick it up. A lot of this information is available and has been provided, and certainly when we go out for public consultation, we are required to consider all the options. And many a time I've said, make sure you have all the options there and go through it. I certainly don't want to see, and I'm not saying Councillor Smulders is doing that, options discarded by staff. I'd in fact rather staff give them, which they do, the reasons why an option is important or not, and the advantages and disadvantages with each one. That's what we should do. And it was pointed out, that is under the Act, it's already being done. I would like to see Councillor Smulders saying it now in this meeting, that we do go for a workshop, because rather than looking at, as stated, reporting templates and formats, that is specifically the role of the CEO and staff to look at. Our job is to ensure that we're getting all the information we need to make governance decision, which you rightly point out, and ensuring we've got information for oversight as well, which is great. Now, we do better? Of course we can do better. So what I would like to see, and I did do that in an email so that the public know, that rather than in this important time, in the short time we've got with everything happen, go away and work in a format. Rather, I'd look at all of us sitting around the table and determining what we need for information to make good governance decisions and ensure that we have oversight for what council is doing. That's what I want to see. If we're going to do that, then let's all do it around the table once and for all. Don't carry on with making requests on the council table. And that brings me to my other point. Why are we actually saying all of this? It seems that we're repeating things that we're currently doing. And I do wonder it's creating an impression that this information is not there. So that's what I'm trying to correct everybody. We do get that information, and certainly many of us, if we're not happy with it, as we have done today, we request that information. Every request that council puts forward is a Legoima request. We have all of that ability at our hand. Let's do that. We don't need to create an impression that we are missing information and not governing well. So I disagree with this notice motion. I would like to see us, Mr. CEO, go and do a workshop, sit around the table, come up with the important information that we need, and then, and as I've said, don't just produce a report, but ensure that our back-end systems capture all of the raw data, use our business intelligence and our enterprise reporting tools, and create a report that can be accessed at the push of a button, available to all elected members. And I go one step further and say, where it's appropriate, make information available to the public online so that everybody can see it for better transparency, better governance. So I will not support this notice of motion because I think much of it's done and we need to make sure that we do the work properly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I'll go to Councillor Floyd.
Kia ora everyone. Kia ora me moko, welcome back. So for this notice of motion, I agree with what Councillor Smulders is proposing. I do note that we have a table at the back of each report. For example, on page 12 of our current agenda, it sets out that table. I do recognise that often it is usually populated scarcely, so there isn't a lot of content provided in that table. And when it comes to the page before that, there is a line that talks about financial implications, for example, on page 11. But a lot of the time, there isn't that substantial information about the financials. And I'll give you an example. Councillor Court often brings up the cumulative unbudgeted expenditure. For example, if central government pushes unfunded mandates onto local government, we need to allow for that unbudgeted expenditure because we didn't know it was going to happen because that wasn't our decision, that was central government's decision. So we have to allow for operational expenditure that wasn't in our annual plan or long-term plan. So the cumulative costs for that over that time, whether it be 1 year for the annual plan or 3 years for the long-term plan, adds up over time. And unless we know that cumulative cost for the year to date, we cannot actually have full governance oversight about what the total incremental increases are. In terms of a template, there are 76 councils in New Zealand, and what I was hoping to see is that staff would, or staff or Councillor Smulders, will bring us an example from one of those other councils that they do feel meets the requirements of the reporting that they would like to see. I know that we have metropolitan councils like Auckland, or we have more rural councils that are unitary councils like Gisborne. Do one of the other councils have a better template that would recognise these aspects in a form that Councillor Smulders would like to see? Because I agree with Councillor Vucic that this information is being provided, but I also agree with Councillor Smulders that the degree of information being provided, I think, can be lacking in those situations, for example, the cumulative budget expenditure. I actually think that we should go further than what Councillor Smulders has proposed today, because this is just about the council meetings. The key expenditure that we have for our council, over $20 million, is our professional fees as operational budgets. As part of the long-term plan, we are not given the granular information about how those costs that go into the long-term plan, that number is provided. And the scoping of those projects, I think, in past years have not been up to the standard that I would like to see for our council, and I think have resulted in a huge under-delivery in our capital works program. And so not just the capital works, but also for our professional fees, I think that there should be a template provided so that governance can have oversight of those numbers, because over $20 million professional fees is a huge amount of money. It's half the cost of all of our staff. Our staff cost $41 million, professional fees is over $20 million. And our capital works budget is over $100 million. So these are big numbers. So yes, I agree we should do the smaller things like our meetings, but more so, I think that we need more information and oversight for our long-term plan in terms of creating those budgets internally that we don't have oversight of currently. Thank you.
Councillor Boyd. I'm going to add my 5 cents to the discussion that we're having on this notice of motion today. Because I can see there's some merit in some of the titles and headings that have been given there. On the whole, I don't see that it's required. When we have a decision to be made, if it's a big enough decision that requires a decent amount of discussion and questions, or a steer for staff, we have a workshop and get there. Then the paper itself goes up to SLT for SLT to scrutinise and approve. It then goes to the chair of council or the committee to go through a chair's agenda preview where you can kick papers back if it doesn't have the amount of information that you think the body will need to make a decision of it. And then it will finally make it onto an agenda and it will get sent out to all of us. We receive items ahead of time as per the Local Government Act and the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. We can ask questions to the items as they come through and get staff to either feedback before the meeting itself or to bring the response to the meeting. And then when we have an item actually get on the table, we have them in open meetings that are live streamed where we can ask questions or get a response from staff to help us with our decision making. Ultimately, those individual elected members, you get to decide whether or not we have enough information to make a vote, to make a decision on that, or not, to vote for something, to vote against something, or to abstain from it. And all of that is all very transparent in the way and the steps that happens. I think that the template that we have and right now is one that is sound and solid, and it's one that is, all councils that use the council use the same. 78 councils in this country. What I think we can do better at, and this is something that's continuously come up, is make sure that we populate the current template we have far better, especially around the financial implications and things like that. And well, for my own agenda previews, staff are getting a lot better and getting that kickback and bringing it back to us. But I don't want us to assume that because we've got this notice of motion on the table that we don't have opportunities to get the answers that we need, because we've got a heck of a lot of opportunity to do so. And I have stood by the decisions that I've made over my 7 years in council and the opportunities I've had to get the answers I need to be able to make a decision that I can sit well within my. I can't vote for this because it makes out that the past 7 years worth of decision making I've had, I haven't been able to have the correct amount of information to make those decisions when I have. If anything, we're doing a far better job at being transparent to our people and getting information from our staff ourselves than central government do. I wish that cabinet would live stream their meetings or would provide their templates and show the decision-making frameworks that they follow before they make significant decisions that affect us on the ground here. We don't get that from them, but we do as a council. So I don't think we need a workshop, but I think what we need is just for staff to understand that when we put a report in front of us, make sure you fill it out, make sure that you populate it, make sure you're dotting your I's and crossing your T's. At the SLT level, our chairs, the chairs of our different committees, we need to also do members when you do get it. If you're not getting the response to be able to make a decision when you get that report, either in the by post or in your email, then why not, and where are you bringing it up that you're not getting that information so that we can sort it out with everything else? I do agree with the briefing right here around my concerns with staff themselves having to put within in the writing of their papers the kickbacks, the questions. There's some stuff that would be inappropriate to be in there. And so I wouldn't want it to be mandated that you must follow all of this in, because I feel like that would make people go like this. And then we will actually won't get that information. I think there's different opportunities we can get. So I won't be supporting this notice of motion, but I will be supporting us actually doing better and getting really, really detailed decision-making reports on our agendas for us to make decisions on. I'll go to Councillor Haukiata.
A point of order, Your Honour, we've already had speakers in favour.
I believe according to
20.6.
I believe according to standing orders, it's consequent. So if you break it up with like a 4 and against, then it breaks up less severely. It's 3 in favour in a row, then there's chair for someone against. So I've had Councillor Foy speak in favour. I just spoke against, so that's broken up the speaking order. So I'll go to Councillor Haukiata. Then Councillor
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, I agree that if the recommendation of Councillor Smulders is more information needs to be populated, I agree with Councillor Foy that, you know, bring back another template. I don't want to have a hui about how the template can be improved, because I think that's an operational matter. But I take into consideration what have been raised by both, well, by the movers. Anyhow, and to suggest that when we make a decision 3 years prior, and that that everything is locked down, and we don't allow for unforeseen things to happen, like the storm today. Gabriel and the recent rains that we've had that have knocked out huge communities. Those are all unforeseen, but we still have to deal with them. I got an email from Kororareka about how the oyster farmers have had to shut down their operations 3 times this year because of a wastewater overflow into the harbour, which has affected their business. It's something we've got to deal to, even though it says, well, we'll look at that next year. But those oyster farmers need, that's their livelihood. So I'm in favour of staff and Councillor Smulders, if she likes. I have read other council minutes, and I kind of think our template's pretty reasonable compared to some others that have very little information. So hui nano, tēnā tātou.
Councillor Stratford.
Kia ora, thank you, Kahika. Can you hear me all right? Yeah, I appreciate the intent behind the notice of motion. I don't think anyone around the table would argue against receiving good quality information to make good quality decisions. Of course, we all want that. And listening to what's been raised in the debate, there have been times where better scoping, clearer whole of life costs, or better understanding of the ongoing financial tail of a project would have helped us. Sweetwater, for example. And the same can be said for some of the central government funded projects where the initial funding seems attractive, but the ongoing operational and renewal costs end up with the ratepayer. But I put the proposed, I put this notice of motion against a recent decision report. And many of the things the motion says we're not getting are actually already there. We receive reasonably practical options, the advantages, the disadvantages of those options, the reasons for the recommendation, financial implications, significance assessments and consultation undertaken. And sometimes those things could be more stronger or more consistent, but we are receiving the information. And the Local Government Act already provides a clear framework, as Councillor Vucic raised. Sections 78 and 79 of the Local Government Act give clear detail of what should be in a report. I think we need to be mindful of governance versus management and our role. So it's good to have this discussion to set expectations about the quality of advice we receive, but it is the Chief Executive's role to determine how that advice is prepared. So I don't agree that this doesn't, I don't agree this creates no additional work for staff, and we're constantly placing more burden on staff. We're even underburden ourselves as elected member with this central government reforms that we're in. I think a workshop, as Councillor Smulders raised, I acknowledge there was a previous notice of motion where we said we would workshop something. Yes, we need to workshop that, but I gave up a committee meeting of myself for us to do some of this Head Start local government reform work. You know, where's the time in our meeting calendar to have these workshops? So that for the governance staff, just don't forget we requested a workshop on one of those other previous notice of motions that failed. I think that there's a better forum for improving our report templates, and it's not through this notice of motion, and for those reasons I won't be supporting it.
There are 3 speakers who have spoken against consequently, so I did have Councillor Balke who indicated she'd like to speak, and Councillor Court reserved to like to speak as well. Speak in favour of the motion.
Thank you. I do support the intent of this motion. At times we do receive a lot of information, but a lot of the times I don't feel that there's enough detailed information, alternative options and clear analysis. Sometimes we will resort to having to get legoimas to find the information that we're looking for, which quite often you receive it after the decision's been made, not in a timely way. I'm not looking for privileged information or privileged advice or internal discussions, rather more consistent and more granular information around the costing, funding sources, opportunity costs and alternative options, so that I can make better decisions in my community. I feel like better information up front would save staff time in the long run from running around trying to provide that information through legoima and workshops even. So I feel that if we can get this template right and provide the information up front, it certainly would make my job a lot easier when it comes to making decisions, especially around the financial impacts on ratepayers. Thank you, Your Honour.
I'll go to Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Smulders, for bringing this notice of motion. As many of you know, I've been a canary in the coal mine sitting here at this table about the impact of unbudgeted cost overruns on rates. Just last week, we were asked to approve a second unbudgeted bucket of money budget outside of what stood in the annual plan or the long-term plan. I raised at the time my concerns about the rating impact on the people that would be paying that additional capital cost. I was told we knew from the start that we were going to experience unforeseen ground conditions and that would be coming back to council for additional funds. I don't recall that conversation, but that is indicative of the kind of cost overrun and the kind of information that elected members and the community need to know right up front. Once we approve unbudgeted funds, there's no opportunity for the public to be consulted. There's no opportunity for the public to have a say in what rating impact that might have on them. There's been no opportunity for them to say whether they wanted to proceed with that project in the first place, knowing it was the starting point was here, but the end point ended up here. So I'm very concerned about cost overrun. I have asked repeatedly for rating impact statement to appear on every decision on budgeted funds. I am yet to see that. You don't always know what you don't know. So if it's not in the report, how is an elected member supposed to know? And I'm going to give you a good example. And everyone's heard me say this, but it's all been done in public exclusion. So we're now in a public meeting. I found out by accident from Northland Regional Council that our emergency works fire rate was at risk of not being spent. I wasn't told here. It didn't appear in a single report here. And I am the roading portfolio holder. Every single report that I received had green traffic lights on it. Every single report I received said we are on track to fully expend the allocation given to us by NZTA. That wasn't true. That is not the case. And until the final report comes in public exclusion at the next Takoko meeting, we will not know what the quantum of that funding deficit looks like. So there are significant information gaps in the information that is coming through to elected members. And I don't want to have a workshop about it. I'm far too busy. Our diary is backed up. It is operational. But I was concerned yesterday to be CC'd into an email trail where this matter was being debated amongst elected members. I want to actively discourage that. The idea of a notice of motion, the idea of sitting here in chambers, the idea of committees is that democracy is not only happening, it is seen to be happening in the public arena. And when we decide to hide it in a workshop or address it by an internal email, the public don't see what elected members are debating, what they're thinking. And I don't think that's right. I'm equally concerned about receiving this chief executive briefing. I've sat in here as an elected member. This is my 10th term. At the end of this term, 30 years, I've never seen staff debate a notice of motion via a briefing before it comes to this floor. The proper process would be, actually, we think notice of motion has merit. Chief Executive, please go away and prepare a report to come back for a future decision and how we can address what the council has raised. But this piece of paper tells me that this creates significant legal risk. I'm not sure how there's significant legal risk in improving transparency and reporting. I agree with Councillor Foy, professional services are hidden. That's a hidden cost. We're told all the time, oh, that's all right because it's offset by my staff, saving in staff because we haven't employed staff to do it. But I don't know. I don't know what the cost of staff is versus the cost of professional services. It's hidden. I can read the room. I can tell that this notice of motion is probably going to fail. But I hope the lessons learned in this notice of motion are not lost. And that a significantly improved rating template, reporting template comes to elected members. And that we are given the information we need to make timely and meaningful decisions on behalf of the people who trust us to sit at this table. Thank you, Your Worship.
I'll go to Councillor Smulders for right of reply.
Thank you, Your Mayor. I've heard Councillor Stratford say we all want that. Well, here it is. Here is the template. This is how the Local Government Act is intended us to operate. It's pro-transparency, it's pro-accountability, and it's pro-good governance. And ultimately, it's about giving elected members the information they need. And we've heard here today at this table that we're not getting the best of what we could get. So we can make the best decisions on the behalf of the communities we serve. Better information in is better decisions out. Now, I've also heard from Councillor Floyd and Councillor Mayor Longcourt. Has this template been based on other councils? Yes, it has. Has this template been looked over by a lawyer? Yes, it has. Yes, I have done the due diligence. Yes, it does fit beautifully. So there's one common theme that I've heard at the table today in everyone's speech, that we're not getting the information. This is significant. A workshop may discuss the issue, but this motion solves the issue. Councillors do not need another conversation about information. Councillors need the information itself. Better information in, better decisions out. I commend this motion to council. Thank you.
Question for those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Can we have dissension, please?
Can we please put up
Division.
voting by division? Councillor Smulders. Councillor Hall. I'm against. Hoipu.
Against.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Balke.
For.
Councillor Floyd.
For.
Councillor Haukia Harawira.
Ka hore.
Councillor Akina.
Against.
Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Research.
Against.
The motion has failed. We'll now go through item 6.1. So confirmation of previous minutes which can be found on page 11 of the paper. I'll ask for you.
Fine.
If you will approve and second that. If you have some research. From the
No.
that's the research.
Didn't notice anything here.
There are 3 votes on my run sheet. There are a few amendments, those being the exclusions. Councillor Haukia Harawira's vote against the text reflected on page 20. The removal of placeholder text into text on page 14. Amendment to item 6.1 attachment to 11th of June. Showing the council to replace the secretarial note to read as follows. I believe the commissioner's process was robust and thorough. Supports the recommendations of the principal. While there may be limited circumstances where it's justified administration of the confidence in secret overriding commissions.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? There was a bit of talking going on and I couldn't hear what you said through that patch. What was it about?
There are some. I respond.
Thank you, thanks.
Anything in addition to those comments?
I did wonder whether, like, with these extra narrative being secretarial notes being added, whether my full notice of motion and reasoning should therefore be included. There was a whole list for each of my amendments that I read out.
Your Worship, that can be addressed by the fact that we moved a final bullet point that the paperwork Councillor Stratford supplied was captured in the minute.
Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. Is that viewable by others if it online?
Comes an attachment to the minutes.
That sounds good to me. Add that bullet point and get those attached.
Thank you.
All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Foy had her hand up.
Apologies, guys.
It was just on page 25 in the secretarial notes. It says Kawakawa were to miss out on 6.5 million towards infrastructure upgrades. That's supposed to be 26.5 million. That was all.
Triple check anyone else? No once. Twice the count of the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those opposed? Abstention. Gets carried. And we will have a 10-minute break. I'll see you at 11. Bye. Welcome back to our council meeting. We are going to go to item 7.1, adoption of fees and charges for 2026-2027, which is on page 30 of the agenda. The recommendation is that council adopt the schedule of fees and charges for 2026-2027 and delegate the fee authority to make any minor edits to the fees and charges prior to publication.
I'm happy to move, subject to the fact that there might be a minor amendment depending on what Mr. Billington tells us.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Second.
I can second, Kelly.
Thank you, Councillor Stratford. When we pass over to Charlie.
Thank you, So, decision today, item 6.1, adoption of fees and charges. This is an integral part of the annual plan process. It covers costs of council providing services to the community that are not otherwise covered by rates. We've processed in the lead up to this full council's decision today is the several workshops. We went through the process of receiving community feedback in relation to fees and charges, which was also workshopped with council. The decision in front of you today is to adopt this as a part of the annual plan process. And with reference to the item councillor Thorpe had raised, so we did receive queries from councillors and from the community as well in relation to the paper. There is an item in relation to mussels and oysters, which is included erroneously at the moment. So we just wish to flag that will be removed in the final copy. This item was included in a draft at the request of the CCTO, and it wasn't concluded by the time that we were around through this. So we will consider it with final polling in Council's next long term.
Questions? We'll go to questions. Councillor Courtney.
I have nothing to.
Any other members with questions, or we'll go into the... All right, I'll pass to Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am confident that this has been through a very robust process to get us where we are today. And I want to thank Charlie and the author Angie and all the staff who have been involved in putting this together. It's never a pleasant exercise to go out there and tell the ratepayer who fees and charges are. But it is just part of business as usual for this organisation, complete company. I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Councillor Stratford.
Order. Just at the all government hui that I was present at in April, May this year, we heard from ministers that with the incoming of rates capping, they want to see councils shift to a more user pays model. And so like when we've reviewed these fees, I feel that we have, done so with we've done a modest increase compared to what it might look like next year when if rates capping comes into play. So I think everybody that uses any of the council services and has to pay a fee needs to be prepared for even more increase in user charges at the LTP time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Research.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Stratford did actually say some things I was going to say, but in addition, so thank you for that. But in addition, with the fees and charges, I agree with Councillor Stratford, we have gone through a robust process and discussion, and ample information was given to us. I don't think there was anything that was missing there for us to make that decision. So thank you for that. So I happy with that. We did get a letter from, in terms of water entity and how does it relate? Well, you can see that move towards fees for everything, what user pays. And I think that warning that Councillor Stratford got is what I was going to say. We need to be aware of that. And given the capping, which is going to be really tight, there's really no option that we can do, and we've made a very conservative approach here. Thank you. So I support it.
Councillor Ford.
Just two things. One of them, we've had quite a big increase in our deposit amounts for resource consents. I just wanted to note that that isn't the total cost that people are charged, because it's not a fixed fee. For resource consents, what was happening is the deposit amount was too low previously based on the actual cost. So that change isn't asking users for more money, it's just requiring more of that deposit for those activities. So that was one of the questions Councillor Balke asked in prior workshops as well. And the other one that is quite a larger increase is the cost of water per cubic metre. And that's part of our rates, but, you know, that's a user pays scenario as well. So that cost to ratepayers has gone up quite a bit, just to reflect the costs for infrastructure have gone up substantially over the years as well. So those are just two things to note, because I'm not sure, but we may receive queries about those when these come into effect.
Go to Councillor Paul. Also, go to Chair Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Morco. And yes, we have been through a robust process and also workshopped these, but there are several things in here from community board perspective that we have not resolved. And one of them is actually in relation to was the omission of the campground one, and just clarification around that definition. I have had communication with staff over this, but we have had major issues in the last couple of years, which I have been requesting a workshop in relation to licensed, self-contained registered vehicles versus licensed registered campgrounds. And it's a zoning issue between the campground and properties that are perhaps zoned commercial that are operating as campgrounds and are only paying $375 a year based on grounds of hardship to operate as campgrounds without any additional facilities putting pressure on our infrastructure. So there's no rubbish removal, there's nothing required for them to actually utilise those sites as potential campgrounds. So that's one thing that hasn't actually been addressed, that I just under the environmental health, all they need is a health licence to operate, basically. They're not dealing with the byproducts of the activity. The second thing, the community board will be doing an amendment to the mobile shop hawkers alfresco voting licence due to the introduction of the road user bylaw. We have actually not captured some of our exclusion zones, so we will be tidying that up so that we can't have pop-up shops on footpaths and in the middle of our streets of our CBD areas, which is a bit of an issue at the moment with that bylaw as it stands. And the third one that I have is in relation to the Paihu Village Green on page 34. And I have questioned this too in the workshop, and it's come through without any amendment or explanation in relation to the Paihu Village Green, which is actually our delegation is further delegated to Focus Paihu community organisation. And in here we have fees of $10 for residents per site per day. The actual agreement, the guideline agreement and the agreement that they had with council to set the fees and charges is actually at a stallholder at $50 per market day. So we need to actually just sit down and get some clarification around the fees and charges and the flow of that money back into the community. Thank you.
If I can see him taking laborious notes there, because I would like some of that captured within the long-term plan for the next time around. She's sort of funding going forward. Who actually ends up paying to sort stuff out? Right? I'll go to Councillor Hawthorne.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in noting for the public record that page 55, the item regarding the definition process and mushrooms will be removed. And in relation to the 3 matters raised by the Chair of the Bay of Islands Congarau Community Board to be addressed through the long-term plan moving forward, I'm happy to support the item as presented at 7.1 today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
I'm in favour.
I was in favour too.
In favour.
The motion is carried. We'll go for item 7.2 now, annual plan 26-27 adoption, and I'll be moving an alternate recommendation. And then we'll open up to questions as well. The alternate will be the council adopts the annual plan 2026-27, incorporating a total rates increase of 6.7% as per option A. And then B and C can stay the same. The reason being, but then we are a bit open for questions, is that the 7.68 captures the extra funding that has been signalled as we are potentially being required because of fuel escalation costs. But it's no guarantee that we will have those escalation costs should this war in Iran sort itself out today. Then it's not going to be a full year of that, and the methodology that has been used has captured that over this entire next year. So I did have a conversation with Charlie this morning around what does it mean if we overrate, say, for example, then we'd use it to pay debt, would be overrated. If we go at 6.7, would debt fund any increases up to that $1.3 million mark, but only as and when. So I want to put the challenge on staff by going with 6.7, that you actually do find those savings and you do keep it down, but that any overrun over and above would then come back to us in a way of reporting so that we are okay. But rather than just saying, here it is, I want to say, okay, only as and when, and we'll just keep opening all the stuff. I'll move that if I could get a second, and then you can open. Thank you. And we'll pass it over to Charlie.
Thank you, Kahika. So just introduction, as councillors will be familiar with the adoption of the annual plan. This annual plan represents year 3 of the previous long-term plan, 2024 to 2027, whereby council adopted the lowest rates in New Zealand at 4.5% in year 1, year 2 was 10.9%. And then option A and option B on the table today would represent a decision at either 6.7% or 7.68%. 6.7% being consistent with year 3 of the long-term plan. This is made in light of a significant amount of work that council staff have undertaken in relation to being able to achieve those increases in light of increases that have been borne on council, either through decision-making or externally borne costs, such as central government regulation, etc. It's noted that their preliminary modelling from the annual plan was as high as 16.5%, and through the introduction of a zero-based budgeting process through council, over 80 individual meetings that the CFO Ken and his team have undertaken with budget holders across council, were able to bring it back to that 6.7% number. Also potential decreased revenue from council's CCTO impacting that general rates requirement as well. This has been conducted additionally with councillors and community board chairs through the workshops which we've undertaken from here, where we've done the best that we can in terms of providing as much detail and an open book approach to providing the information required to support best informed decision making. Council received public feedback through the process, and that was also workshopped with councillors as well. This is the first time council has been presented with multiple options on adoption for options for rates increases. Where previously it's been a single approach due to the amount of work in preparing multiple documents. So in the recommendation of these, you have two potential avenues, 2 documents to approve based on which rates increase number council elects to choose. The fuel increase that Mayor Walker has indicated is based on the best available information that councils have, and preparing that using NZTA's fuel cost escalation index, and for council staff to provide the recommendation in line with the best available information, targeting a balanced budget approach as required by the LGA, which is the reason for the recommended 0.68. The preparation of multiple documents has required a significant amount of extra work from council staff to put those options on the table in front of council. And I do note that there are a couple of corrections that will be made to the document which we finally published. So Ken will be able to speak to those specifically. Most of them are minor and fall within the remit of the delegated authority under Part B of the resolution. And a number of specific queries as well that were received since the publication of the document. 22 detailed queries from councillors that we did respond to as well. So thank you for the detailed questions. But if there's any further detailed questions that need answering, Ken is also there.
A few questions before I pass over to Councillor Stratford and Councillor Ford. Just one before I forget. In our annual plan, we're still calling Northern Inc. Limited. The official name is changed now to Northern Inc. Do we need to change that? It'll be scheduled. And just can you talk me through again, and I'm grateful for especially this morning, here. A discussion this morning around the difference between option A and option B, and what we adopted, and the difference being $1.3 million from this to if the accounts budget. But can you carry me through again how, if we go with option A in a 6.7%, then we are going to have a potential funding gap dependent on what those fuel escalation costs actually end up being over the years. Right? So it could be that it ends up being a $100,000 gap instead of a $1.3 million. That's what you would debt fund. You only debt fund when you trigger not having enough money in the bank. Can you just talk everyone through what that actually looks like? When I heard it this morning, I had more appetite for it than going with that. Here's what we're going to guess. It's going to be 1.3 million in shortfall. Let's rate for it today.
So, through the chair to answer that question, worst case scenario is the $1.3 million gap, and that's at 7.68%. That's modelling $3.2 million increase in the big five supplier costs. The quantum of that, obviously, things are changing all the time. It could be less, it could be more. Until we approach 7.68, but yeah, it could be 250, could be 400k. That's a moving canvas. And over the next, what I've done with the team is model it is in a conservative way, so the numbers stack up, done the analysis, but that is on a full year. If things do change, then obviously it'll be less than that. I know supply costs have already gone down, but we've already we've already got purchasing through our suppliers. It takes a few months to come down, but immediately fuel costs are coming down. So I put my crystal ball on as an economist and go what the quantum is going to be. It could go down to 100k. Could be zero.
What are the councils that you know doing in this landscape that we're all operating within to address the increased costs?
Through the chair there, it's a moving, as I say, canvas, they're kicking the can down the road, and all the road is going to keep fund. They're solding on 10.15, and it's going to fund all the way there. They've got their step in us. Kaipara is the mayor moved a motion for quite a small amount, but they don't have debt. Well, debt. Analysis shows that over the last 15 years, we've got a large amount of debt on our books. Nothing that's concerning in terms of covenants, but we do quite a bit through debt because we don't have a base nor the infrastructure that.
Mr. Chair, I have a question as well.
I'll jump to Councillor Streck for questions, and Councillor Ford and Councillor Bristol.
Thank you. Charlie, through the CE, is anyone able to provide a bit more narrative around why there's been a reduction in anticipated Far North Holdings dividend, please, for the public?
Through the chair, in their statement of intent, they've submitted over the next 3 years to provide the council $700,000 in dividends, and their profit it's gone from 2.5 previously to $2 million a year. So there's a $500,000 drop in the expected profit per year, and there's a reduction in dividend. For the LTP, we baked in, your council baked in $2 million, it's now $700,000. Just over the next 2 years, according to the statement.
Just to go up in altitude a little bit with dividends. The update, operational update from Far North Holdings is that their core profitability tapered somewhat. Their tax status has also changed because they were previously carrying forward tax losses. Bigger picture, we're working on, as you all know, on the balance sheet pipeline, development pipeline, things like light that just came from council workshops. The aspiration is to reinstate or have larger dividends going forward. Right now, so there's issues that I mentioned, plus there's a gap in terms of development pipeline and profits that could be liberated.
Okay.
So we think that we've got a couple of years of more challenge, and then we should see have visibility on a much stronger pipeline.
Thank you. A further question. I'm not sure who this is for, and I really appreciate the report going into a bit more detail on the zero-based budgeting, but are you able to provide any examples, going from a 16.5% possible rates increase to 6.7%, that reduction was achieved by doing zero-based budgeting? What are some examples of costs that have been reduced to get to that number, please?
So through the chair, we went through a number of rounds of zero-based budgeting. Fees, professional fees, planning and policy, social planning, salaries, costs, salaries and wages, parks and reserves. It's right through the entire LTP grouping, in departments down to department level, line by line. There are offsets in other areas though. So what we do have is, through this process, we found out we did have non-compliance with certain emissions that were dumped, the exposure there, so that's increased. D&O, that increases there. Increases in some other areas with these initiatives. We've also got roading, the higher construction roading, which is a moving canvas.
Yeah.
So we've got a reduction in salaries there, an increase in professional fees offsetting. Yeah. But there's a ton of examples. I mean, I can send you, I've got a detailed list, which I have in appendix. It's going to be attached to the appendix. I can circulate that afterwards.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. And I've got one last question, please. We did talk a little about unfunded central government mandates, and the cost of water having risen a lot, especially through fluoridation. There was mention of 2 new plants, two more towns. Are we getting any funding from government for that, for those two plants being operationalised with fluoride?
Through Chair, there was a detailed analysis provided in the paper that came to Council when the decisions were made. I believe that Council was funded for the capital expense of those treatment facilities, but the operational expenditure is borne by.
Yep, and the operational cost will kick in when fluoridation kicks in for the further plants. The annual plan mentioned, for example, Kawakawa, and I didn't know that was happening yet.
Sorry, is that a question?
I was just adding to the confusion in my question why fluoridation for Kawakawa was mentioned if it's not happening yet.
Do we get someone from the infrastructure who can respond to that, please?
Maybe it's just got the wrong K-Town.
Sure, Tanya.
Through you, Mayor Moko, I'm not aware of Kawakawa being fluoridated, only Kirikiri and Kaitaia, and confirming that as Charlie said, we only received money for the capital costs, not the ongoing operational costs.
Thanks, Tanya. I'll send through that page number, Charlie.
Thank you. From the top of my head, the ongoing operational costs was something circa $400,000 a year to the additional supply, so quite. Councillor Foy, questions?
Thank you. My question is about the valuations we had this year. I note that on page 59, the zero-based budgeting reduced a projected general rates increase from 16.5 to 6.7. Just so that our ratepayers understand, how have those valuations affected the rates? Because it only relates to the general rate, not to our targeted rates, and all of the values of the property in the district, proportionally, most of them have gone down. How has that affected the way that our rates will come out to our ratepayers this year? And just another question on the UAGC, the Uniform Annual General Charge. That will be reviewed as part of the long-term plan because it hasn't changed in over 20 years. Is that correct?
Through Kahika, thank you for the questions, Councillor Foy. So the average rate setting, which is the option in front of Council today, is the average increase across all ratepayers in the far north in relation to the funding that's required for council services. They're not funded from other revenue sources, non-rates revenue sources. The way that is apportioned is based on, depending on the type of charge, whether it's a general charge, a board specific charge, etc., is attributed based on the recent valuation update that's occurred by QV. So that is the way that the costs are attributed under the Rating Act within councils in New Zealand. I'm looking, our comms manager is in the room, and I'll be working with him following council's decision today to make sure that is communicated very clearly with the updates that we put out to the community. And where ratepayers can access that information online through our rating information database. We are very aware it is quite complicated, it is challenging to follow through, and we will be working through and making sure that information is clear and transparent for our communities if possible. And then on to the second point, regards to the UAGC, the Uniform Annual General Charge. We have recently, with councillors as a part of our long-term plan and workshop process, discussed our rating review that is required to occur. The UAGC is one of the options that councillors will consider to go out to the community on in relation to any potential rating changes that council may adopt into the next long-term plan. Any changes to council's rating policies do require community consultation, and it is a thorough and robust process that's required to go through that. And that is one element that will be available. So, yeah, that will be upcoming shortly. Thank you, Councillor Boy.
Okay, Councillor Research for questions, then Councillor Howard.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's really a question for Ken. Given what's about to be happening shortly, and talking about the unknown figure that's potentially as a result of extra costs for fuel rises, are you noting that these, what relates to the two water entities as opposed to the rest of the contractors, are they two water contractors? Why I'm saying that is because any debt incurred there, as I understand it, will transfer to the new entity, so it won't necessarily be on our books. And the other one is potential establishment cost of the new entity, which I presume is not included in this figure because we don't know what it is. And presumably that will, occur at the time. But then again, that potentially, I think it said that would come back to us. These are those two things, but specifically, are we capturing the rate rises because of fuel from contractors separating out into the water entities?
Yes, through the chair, we are. So event here, we're capturing it there. Obviously, Fulton and Hogan for roading, but specifically for waters, yes, we are capturing that. And it will move across, correct, in the 1st of July 2027. In terms of the, what was your other question?
Oh, in terms of the establishment cost of the new Northern Waters entity?
Yep, so we've budgeted $600 million next year for unification costs and establishment costs. I note that we have invoices coming through now in the vicinity of 100K for 3 months worth of work. So I expect 600K should be enough, but that's I'm not sure exactly how that's going to end up.
So is that 600K in the figure here for the rates wise? Because that,
yes, that's budgeted into.
So it's included.
Professional, yeah.
Yes, because that potentially could come back to us. Is that correct? Yeah, I got
it. He's included if we can pass that on.
And while it's put on here, it's going to be a potential saving.
Yes,
which could offset any fuel rises. Thank you.
Sorry, just I'm going to jump on there. We've budgeted $680,000 for Northern Waters for establishment costs. It's going to be debt funded on our behalf, not because we get it back from them. It's still debt that we carry, but it's whose books it sits on.
Through you, cut. So we have budgeted an establishment operating costs because there will be a significant amount of additional work required from this council in delivering information to transfer assets, information, billing information, everything over to the CCO. The CCO under the agreement will reimburse council for those costs. What we don't have certainty on is we've made a reasonable estimate of what that's going to look like. We don't have certainty on what the final values will come to and when it will occur. So hence there's sort of like a conservative number in the annual plan to fund that operation. But ultimately the intention of the CCO will reimburse council for that. What we are cognizant of is it will be the consumers of water services will ultimately be bearing those costs. So we're trying to minimise that as much as possible.
Councillor, how do we the deputy mayor?
Kia ora, morena. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is, will the Kirikiri bypass start and finish in the next year? It's mentioned in new projects.
Just get my pixie dust out.
Here we have Matt Line who can address that in terms of the operational completion date.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, sorry, Councillor, through the chair. Matt Richardson from Water Infrastructure Services is online, and he can address the completion date, operational completion date of that.
Sorry, she asked about the bypass, not the water upgrade.
Oh, not the water bypass. Oh, sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Kirikiri bypass.
Yeah, we've got a Kirikiri water bypass in there as well. $200,000 for the bypass. I don't think
we're talking about $5 million for the Kirikiri.
That's under water supply.
No, there's two. Sorry, can I help? There's the heritage water upgrade, which is the $5 to $12 million, and then there's the Kirikiri CBD road, which is also $5 million. So it gets a little bit confusing, but I can answer her question in part. We'll be bringing a paper to Te Koko, probably not the next one, maybe the one after, to seek permission to go ahead with the designation. That will be in PX. We will not be constructing a road in the next 12 months.
That money is required to get us to a point where we can designate.
Money is required, but because it's commercially and legally sensitive, I can't expand in this forum.
Okay, thank you. And my second question, Councillor Court mentioned earlier in the meeting that at a Northern Roading Hui that you were told that we may lose some subsidy funding for roading. Is that still going to happen, or have we remediated that?
Through you, Kahika. There are a number of projects from the 2022 emergency works package, which Council is currently undertaking a comprehensive review of the status of those projects. It's including site assessments, understanding the work that was originally forecast and whether it's still required at the value that was originally intended. There is a possibility that some of those projects will not be completed in time with NZTA's timing requirement of the 30th of June. So very shortly, in relation to that, the majority of the package is complete from what I understand. But what council staff are doing is reevaluating, given that deadline, the value to ratepayers in terms of the application of local share for that package. There will be a report coming to Te Koko, hopefully at the next meeting, with a comprehensive breakdown for governance to have visibility on a project-by-project basis, and the improvements in the capital delivery from transport that are going to be, learnings for works packages, etc.
Because it's not going to cost as much, I think, as what we're building. But we'll see a line-by-line breakdown with that. Just check if Councillor Kent just finished with the questions. Is yours related to this topic itself? We'll jump to you and then we'll go to Councillor.
Thank you, Your Mayor. You mentioned, Mr. Billington, that there's a possibility they won't be completed by the 30th of June 2026. They're 5 days out from the 30th of June. It's a 2022 package. So are we looking down the barrel of small change, or are we looking down the barrel of something quite significant? I think at 5 days out, we probably have a steer on what that might look like.
Thank you, Councillor Smulders. We're working through the process of reconciling 3 different databases at the moment, which is a legacy issue we're trying to reconcile. I'm reluctant to mention any numbers or quantify anything in value terms specifically at this stage until we have those details finalised. What I can say is that there were 91 work packages, of which it's expected that 9 are remaining. I can't speak to the value of those work packages at this point until we provide that paper to TCOCO. However, like I say, where some work is no longer required or the engineering solution is not as originally scoped, we would be presenting all options in terms of staff's recommendations to TCOCO with budgetary implications associated with those options.
Is this a normal process for 3 years down the track, 5 days out?
It's through you, Kahika, I couldn't possibly
Not normal
say.
to have severe weather events.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Allen, was your question to this? I'll go to Deputy Mayor Radkin.
My question's been answered, thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Kia ora, debt funding is something I'm struggling with, but open to the idea that report has tabled. But to get my head around, we've got 1.3 million that we potentially need to debt fund if we go with that 6.7 odd. If we get reimbursed the CCO establishment and the fuel comes down, is that giving us more confidence maybe that we would be able to not go into the full $1.3 million debt to pay for the services we provide? Is that my understanding things right?
Through the chair, correct.
That was all.
Councillor.
Thank you. 2 questions. Same subject. So using the NZTA multiplying methodology, they are telling us that we're roughly $3.2 million shy because of the war in Iran and what that's doing to our contractors and suppliers, price escalation. And some of them may or may not have force majeure clauses in their contract, which means that they'll be able to claw back those costs from us. You have identified the staff $1.9 million in savings, leaving a $1.3 million shortfall, which is near MOPO's amendment of reducing the rates to 6.7 goes through, means we're going to debt fund that. I'm trying to understand the implications of that, given we've had a workshop this week that tells us we're heading into a position of rates capping. We are in with the councils that will be capped at 2%. We are facing an avalanche of increased costs, just like every homeowner is, and recent announcements such as increases to KiwiSaver, hikes in insurance, electricity, all of those other things. I'm trying to get my head around the impact of, let me rephrase it. My concern is that we are treating debt as a political tool rather than a financial tool. Debt should only be used for assets, not for operations. If we start loading operations onto debt, there's an impact next year and the year after and the year after and the year after. And so we could go out there and say, oh, this is wonderful. We've managed to get a 6.7% rate rise. Aren't we clever? But hey, next year it's going to be substantially larger and so on and so forth. I'm trying to get my head around that. So I just want some feedback from you and then I have another question.
Through you, Kahika. Thank you, Councillor Court. So the implication of debt funding operations is an impact on councils, the expectation of the LGA to run a balanced budget. The longer term impact is when an organisation borrows to fund operations, that hits your balance sheet. There is a policy to repay that debt over 20 years, and there's an interest cost associated with that as well. Now, under the rates capping scenario, there are 2 pertinent things to consider. One is in relation to the starting position that council faces when it enters into that. which is something the DIA has signalled that they will be keeping an eye on, not increasing rates before entering into that, as it increases the starting point and reduces the pressure over a long term. Consequently, if councils reduce rates leading into that, it makes it more challenging to cover costs. Should inflation over the longer term be higher than the rates capping allows for? Council is, under the Chief Executive's guidance, looking at opportunities to reduce cost inflation over the longer period, and looking at alternative sources. So when we're looking at the fees and charges, earlier there was a discussion around the DIA's expectation around increasing non-rate revenue through things like fees and charges and user-based approach. So there are measures that council can take in relation to that. However, if operations is funded through debt, in the longer term it increases that debt profile, which increases the interest expense and continues that cycle until you end up reaching your debt covenants.
So in terms of using fees and charges, given that the lion's share of our contracts will be in roading, city care, not so much waters, although that's going to be ours for another year, because we're going to pass that on, and rubbish. These are not recoverable through fees and charges. This is going to sit on general rates, isn't it?
Through the chair, yes, correct.
Are you fully articulating the risk here?
Through the chair, we have increased, to compensate for some of this, we have increased bank charges, fees and charges. There's a reasonably low number there for $4 ultimately to cover that. But yeah, I mean, we avoid essentially kicking the can down the road. Structure operation. So, conservatively, we were looking at borrowing that money. There is a cost attached to that. We are just pushing it out.
So the second one is in relation to the conversation around the 2022 emergency works. So the risk that we're facing at the moment is that we haven't spent the money. We were growing 26 million, we spent 15. So there's a significant amount of ratepayers' money at risk, because what NZTA have told us is they're going to drop the car rate from 91% and the 91% to 71%. So my back of the envelope calculation is $4 million at risk. We have a number of staff out there at the moment rescoping, and they may be able to rescope those projects, and we'll be able to deliver those projects significantly cheaper. So ultimately there may be no financial impact. Correct? Have you made provision if that scenario does not eventuate?
Through the chair, the works would be in relation, so it would be capital as opposed to revenue, and on council's books that would be funded from reserves or from debt in relation to any additional funding required to deliver that. If that was the scenario, the next step for council staff would be to work through works packages as well, and looking beyond just the initial program of the 2022 emergency works, but more broadly around other works packages which are funded or not funded from NZTA, and making trade-off decisions for governance to evaluate in relation to minimising further financial impact to the ratepayer.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Councillor Research.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just one very quick question which relates to what Councillor Court raised, which I agree with. The other factor that we were warned about too was the risk that should an event occur, a storm event occur, that it won't be considered, unless it won't be considered at the 91%, would be back to the normal event, because there's meant to be resilience being built into the road works that we've got there. So I'm just wondering if you can answer that, is there a major risk that we may face? So if we have another storm event, almost had one recently, it wasn't very big, so the same event of that scale, it's only going to be funded at 71%, not the, if I understand correctly what we're told back then, not the 91% or whatever that major storm.
Through the chair, there are two elements that council usage in relation to this. One is council's capacity to absorb unforeseen events through debt funding in the short term. The second is working with NZTA in relation to funding those packages when those events, should those events occur in the future. The expectation is on an ongoing basis, providing NZTA confidence of this council's discipline in managing those works packages and demonstrating the learnings, the progress in terms of continuous improvement in that space to ensure that they have confidence to provide that funding should it be required.
Thank you.
Sorry, take one more question.
Cyclone Gabriel gave us FAR plus 10 plus 10. I thought a normal emergency routes would be like FAR plus just 10, so we'd go to just 81%. That doesn't matter for the discussion.
Yeah.
That'd be very good. That will revert to 71.
71.
Councillor Allen.
Just picking up on what Councillor Court said about debt funding of PETs, has there been any investigation into using the reduced interest debt available when we move the motion around scientifically led climate adaptation? I can't find the motion, but that allowed us to access debt at a reduced interest. Has that been investigated at all in terms of how we might better go into debt?
Through the chair, correctly, the green loans that were tabled in relation to that provided council with a small discount to its general rate, and they're usually in relation to specific climate-related projects.
Yeah.
It's still, given the quantum of that saving, you're accountable, not recommend that you go into debt to fund operations in that space. But we look across how that can be funded from other operating revenue.
Will those options be paired with projects for the long-term plan to see what the line is to be able to do or not?
Thank you, Kahika. So typically we would look at the projects that are being proposed in that space and how they're best funded, as opposed to looking at the funding opportunities and how that could be. So sort of looking at it in the long-term plan.
That's not accurate.
Is anyone else called?
Yeah. I'm just thinking back to an emergency blanket.
Sorry, that's a question. No. We're going to have to turn off the aircon.
Yeah.
Can't afford it soon. Look, we're going to have to strike the rates regardless whether we like the number or we don't. Some of the things we can't prepare for, we're talking about the fuel costs, the rates capping, the amalgamation, the Northland waters, everything else that is out of our control. But what we can do is we can prepare the waka that we are sailing on. And so what that looks like from my perspective is preparing operationally how we communicate with our communities. Someone said it early on, is that you don't know what you don't know. And so through clearer, transparent, and having integrity around how we communicate and how we deliver what is happening within the walls of council, I would assume that the ratepayers would understand where their dollar is being spent in terms of our rates increases. So overall, I have questions, and Charlie did allude to it earlier on, and he spoke to Ruben about communication plans. How are staff preparing to communicate with our district, with our ratepayers on where the dollars are being spent. I mean, I can see it here, but how do we deliver this in plain speak? How do we deliver this to our social media platforms and on our websites in a language and in a way that people would understand what is being spent, where their rates are going towards? So that's a question. In addition to this, so I'll throw that over to Ruben, see what the response is. I also have another question around how we support our whānau who are paying those rates. Kia ora.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, happy to provide some a preliminary, a brief verbally of what we've been working. We've been well aware of this ahead of these activities. The comms team has been working on a tool to simplify and provide the clarity that residents need in a more simplified manner of where LTP related considerations and how they essentially get distributed. That tool is been in the works for about 3 months now. The team's been actively working on a tool in preparation to get part of this information out to the public. It's an interactive tool where residents can actually move the sliders, move the numbers around so they can see what those rating impacts are going to be. But that is just one piece that we're exploring to utilize this time around, in addition to all the substantial communication related activities through our traditional channels. I'm confident that when we're ready to release that, we'll certainly be giving elected members a heads up, and it's just a matter of weeks away before that's ready to go. And I think elected members will be pleased. So I guess in short to say, standard communication channels that we normally use, but this year, this time around, introducing an interactive tool so that residents can actually play with the numbers and figures so that they better understand the process. Kia ora.
Thank you, Ruben. The other part that I had was around the process of payments. I speak to people on the daily who don't even realise that process of payments may have changed, that they may need to fill out applications to take over rates billing, the way in which they pay those rates, the termination of a title holder for general or whenua Māori. What else is there? Support from staff around attending or meeting with ratepayers who are looking for guidance, who don't understand some of the language that we're putting out there. So this probably falls back onto you, Charlie, in terms of preparing our staff, or there might be an influx of people who are coming into our council buildings to look at what are some of the rates remissions that they're eligible for. We're talking about the write-off on whenua Māori. We're talking about some of the information that's distributed and how we work alongside Te Koti Whenua Māori and TPK. So how will staff collate all of that information to be able to guide whānau to understand the process of how they can either pay off their rates before they fall into arrears, and some of what are the options or support to get whānau over the line when they're meeting these deadlines or when they're hitting a brick wall.
Through you, Ika, thank you, Councillor Vakina. We're always looking for ways of how we can keep our communities informed as much as possible in terms of not only the decisions that Council might make today and the implications for them, but on an ongoing basis how they can interact with Council, better understand the way Council operates and how that impacts them on a personal level. Following Council's decision today, all of the relevant material in relation to the annual plan will be updated. We're looking at multiple distribution avenues, so your standard stuff, direct mail, going online, news releases, etc. But also making sure that it's not only our frontline rate staff who have that information, so that that's broadly accessible across the district. So that's working with eyesights, it's working with library staff to make sure that they have some information that's relevant that they can share with the communities, having that personal contact with them as well. But also going a step further, and if there is something that they're not able to answer, that they're informed to understand where they can retrieve that information from as well. Call centres is another area in that space. So there is definitely going to be a big push about getting more information online, making sure that information is accessible, it's meaningful, and people can understand the way it works, because it is complicated. But at the same time, put that our staff across the organisation who are across the district to be able to share that as well. So we welcome any feedback from councillors or community boards in relation to how we can improve that.
Thank you, Charlie. Point on.
Chair McVeigh.
Order. Eventually a basic question, but I know I'm going to get asked it, and might be good to have it on video. I just wondered, Kohukohu Wastewater is paying the second highest out of everybody for their wastewater, only second to Hihi, and double, more than double many other people across the district. And I also know that it's not a very good, doesn't function very well. And I just wondered if somebody can ask me why it is over $1,200 compared to other places like Kirikiri and everywhere else.
Okay, thank you, Chair McVeigh. In relation to the two schemes that you've mentioned specifically, it's the interaction of developments. I can't speak to the infrastructure specific, but where it's a combination of the number of connections in relation to those schemes and the cost of running the type of the schemes themselves. So where you've got a concentration of a few connections, by comparison to Kirikiri, by contrast, that total cost of running the scheme is distributed across a smaller number of people or a number of ratepayer connections. And it's Council's current rating policy that scheme-based rating is it's ring-fenced to the schemes as opposed to other districts. That's across the district. So that's a consideration that Council may wish to consider going into the long term. And I did have a conversation earlier today around trade-offs of how that's been treated in the past, the revenue and the reserves that are being collected in relation to schemes, and how that could be treated going into the future. So Council staff, if it is a rating policy that Council wishes to review, the next long-term plan, that is something that we would need to do modelling and present information to.
Mr. Chair, correction. Your capital is by scheme, but cost the OCO cost of running is the same as your warehouse.
Apologies, thank you. The usage, to clarify, it is the capital cost that is the scheme, so that is the cost of debt and depreciation in relation to this.
Just check that those online can still hear us. We're still green in here, but can we try muting and unmuting? Not just before we get into the debate on sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, how that may be one of them. So it might just be running.
Yeah, a screen flicked and then everything down Charlie's end just went really quiet. So it's like one of the mics have dropped out or something.
Are we sounding in here now, Councillor Stratford?
At your end is fine. It's where Charlie is. It's like that mic there seems to have gone.
Get you to use your computer voice for the rest of our meeting. Thanks, please let us know if we still have any difficulties. We'll go into the debate now. Now, I am going to try something. I'm going to actually move option B at 7.68%. And I don't know if there's support there for it, but I've always been the one who's said I want the true cost for staff to be on the table for us, even if it's a number that's unpopular. And I do feel nervous about the potential for us to debt fund operations, which we've never done while I've been on the council. So I'm going to move, and I think Councillor Cook's going to speak in that we actually adopt the annual plan as per the recommendation. And I note as well that we still could be forced to debt fund some of our operations should this war in Iran, even though it seems like ships can get through. But the president of the country, we say, you know, things change every single day almost there. There's been my man being in hospital. So I'm going to move this, but I still want to be kept totally informed around what those additional costs for our own fleet, for our contractors and all of that sort of thing. I want to be kept fully informed. What I don't want, that extra $1.3 million that we are going to rate for then becomes a slush fund for us to use willy-nilly. That funding is there for what is set out in here for it to be used for. If it is that we do not require it, that goes to paying off debt. So I'll be looking forward to seeing in our financial reporting that comes through to Te Metal specific, comments as to what we rated for, where it comes from. Should this pass? I don't know if it pass. How it's used and as and when it will be used to pay down debt. Because I don't want us to overrate, but I also don't want us to underrate and then just to tick up a bill for the future generations. Because the whole reason why we kind of get in these issues is because we kick the can down the road. I don't want to be in there that just continues to kick a can down for our future mayor. Or the future mayor of Northern or Far North to have to deal with my part. I want to be able to say that I doubt it as a message. And the costs are the costs. I don't like the costs, I don't like that. We're going to be putting costs on our people at a time when we know that everyone's struggling. At the same time, what is the cost of us not doing the services and providing amazing? So I've got about circle and all of those 1 hour's worth of questions, and I'm moving the recommendation. I'll pass to Councillor.
While I'm speaking here, Mike, I'd like my colleagues to consider whether or not we should add a D based on what you have said. The $1.3 million is ring fenced to address the increasing costs of fleet and petrol due to the impact of the war. Because I'm just making it up on the book. But just have a think about that. I have significant concerns about using debt operating expenditure simply to reduce this year's rates increase. Debt is an appropriate tool when we are investing in long-lived infrastructure that will benefit future generations. It is much more questionable when using it to fund today's operating costs to defer difficult and heartfelt decisions. What concerns me most is that we're not operating in a period of uncertainty. We face significant unknowns ahead, but we know what they are. Inflationary pressures, fuel price volatility, increasing infrastructure costs, climate-related events, and the possibility of future rates capping. If rates capping is introduced at around 2%, our ability to respond to future financial pressure will be materially constrained. By borrowing today to reduce the rates impact in a single year, we are consuming borrowing capacity that may be needed tomorrow for a genuine emergency, an unforeseen event, or a force majeure type circumstance that is completely outside of our control. In effect, we would be taking debt now for a known and manageable issue while reducing our flexibility to respond to unknown and potentially much larger challenges in the future. This may make this year's rate increase look better on paper, but it does not make the underlying cost disappear, and I want to acknowledge the hardship that our ratepayers are currently facing. However, this simply will transfer today's cost to future ratepayers, who will face both the original pressure and the additional cost burden of servicing the debt. Good financial stewardship requires us to preserve resilience, not erode it. And for that reason, I'm not convinced that borrowing to fund operational shortfalls is the prudent outcome. That is why I'm supporting option B, incorporating a total rates increase of 7.68%. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak about?
I acknowledge the significant work that the staff have done to actually reduce what the original amount was. It hasn't been an easy task. However, even at 6.7 or 7.6, I really struggle with the only choice that we have before us is whether ratepayers pay more now or whether we borrow more and ask them to pay later. Borrowing should be a last resort for operational. As Councillor Court said, every dollar we borrow ultimately becomes a liability for ratepayers and places additional pressure on future budgets. In the worst case scenario, rates are secured against people's properties. So I think we need to treat borrowing very, very seriously. Got so many notes on here because, like you, Mayor, I've gone backwards and forwards and up and down and sideways. But I'm not yet convinced that we've left no stone unturned when it comes to finding further efficiencies and savings within this organisation. And I'm not talking about cutting core services. We continue to see high staff turnover, increasing professional fees, growing operational costs, and areas of the organisation that are not directly focused on delivering services. Before asking ratepayers to take on additional debt or additional rates increases, I'd like confidence that we've genuinely explored every reasonable opportunity to reduce costs, improve efficiencies, and focus our resources on the services our community rely on most. Ratepayers are making difficult choices every day, and I think it's reasonable for them to expect us all to do the same. So with that in mind, I'm not supportive of the 7.68% rise. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Floyd and Councillor Stratford and Councillor Research.
So the current motion is for the higher recommended rates rise. I know that in our previous deliberations, we were seeking a lower rate. My memories, I think it was 4.2, the lowest amount that could be done without consultation. I still, as Councillor Balke has said, recognise that the costs that we're putting on ratepayers are increasing their cost to live. And ratepayers, they can't say no to paying their rates because their house will get taken or their property will get taken. It's not something discretionary. It increases their costs to be able to live in the far north. And we have one of the highest rates in the country because although we have 75,000 people as our population, we only have 39,000 rating units. And of those 39,000 rating units, there's on top of that is also our rates remission. So not all of those rating units pay because their rates are remitted. So that means the other people that are paying pay more. So I first and foremost wanted to thank Ken for his work for the zero-based budgeting, and that's in this report here. That's a new initiative to our council. And that's a KPI of our CEO. That's why that's been introduced to our council. And I think that's a fantastic approach. And I recognise that it is a significant change in approach. But until Charlie and Kim came along and our CEO, that wasn't implemented. So that saved a huge amount. But one of the things that we didn't actually consider, and in the workshops we were told not to talk about it, is the $41 million of costs for our staff and the over $20 million for professional fees. That cost wasn't actually reviewed as part of looking at how to reduce costs. I know Ken said we went through line by line, but us as governance, we weren't told, and we still haven't been told, where those professional fees have been reduced and what we have foregone or not, because we don't have the oversight of professional fees. And in terms of the $41 million of staff costs, my understanding is that that wasn't to be considered as part of the workshops, and the debate around that was shut down, unfortunately. In closing, I don't support the 7.68% rates increase. I'm glad that we're looking at moving into a unitary authority. Because we do need to look at our corporate overheads and how much it costs per ratepayer to operate this organisation. And I think that in the long-term plan, when we actually look at all the assets that we have and whether we're getting good value for money for these assets or not, we'll actually have to review those corporate overheads and whether we should be having those functions or those buildings because our ratepayers can't afford it. So I won't be supporting this option today, 7.68, and more ratepayers will actually be paying quite a lot higher percentage of that because of the way that QV have done their valuations and that all the valuations for the district have dropped. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Floy. I'll go to Councillor Stratford, then Councillor Research, then Chibnall.
Thanks, Kahika. Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, I'm not going to support option B. I acknowledge the significant work that staff have done to get the proposed rates increased down from 16.5 to 6.7%. And I know that there was a lot of work. Local government's under a lot of pressure, and elected members and staff are. There's more responsibilities and expectations placed on councils by central government, often without the funding. And despite those pressures, I think as governors, we need to exercise good financial stewardship, and we had a discussion about that earlier. If there are unbudgeted costs arising during the year, then staff should bring reports back to council. Let us see the business case. Let us understand the urgency and the options to be considered, rather than approving additional borrowing today before we know exactly what we're borrowing for. Otherwise, we're removing an important governance step. One of our key responsibilities is to scrutinise expenditure before committing additional costs to our ratepayers, and we've done this in previous decisions too. If we think if there's an indication that some cost is going to arise, it should be brought back to the table for approval. I also think it's important that we continue to send the message to our community that we take rates increases seriously. Many of our households are under significant financial pressure. Every percentage point matters. That's why I can't support voting for option B, and I'll be supporting option. Where was I? I'm not supporting this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stratford. Councillor Research.
You can argue against. You've had three already.
All right, I'll ask for someone to speak for. Chibnall.
Thank you, Memuko, and I appreciate being able to speak to this, bearing in mind I don't have a vote. I just would like to say from a community board perspective that nobody wants rates to go up, and it is tough out there. But I'm also mindful that I'm a realist, and we've just been through a light LTP, which was no nice to haves and do nothing and sit back. And I feel now we're chasing our tails. Sat through a number of workshops, and I just have to say on behalf of my communities, nobody wants to decrease the levels of service. In fact, it's quite the opposite. we get nothing but complaints about our existing current levels of service. So bearing that in mind, the so-called nice to haves is what we see. What we don't see as ratepayers is the big ticket items under our road and networks, the sewage, the water, the wastewater. We're very visual and touchy-feely in our communities, and we like the nice to haves, and that goes with our levels of service. So I just want to speak in support of the higher 7.68, the option B. I don't believe it's achievable to even continue to deliver BAU with a lesser rate. Everything's just gone up so much that we're just giving false hope to the ratepayer. So with that, I would just like to speak in support of a higher rate. And I just want to point out, so I don't have to speak again to be in the recommendations, that there's a type of 22, Tapiki is Tapika. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I don't pick up on that one. I think there's anyone else who'd like to speak for the motion.
Right. Sort of have been going back and forth like everyone else, but I agree with Councillor Court that taking on debt when we may need it in the very near future, should rates capping come into play, will put us under even greater pressure in the coming years should those unfold. I understand the argument that we may have 75,000 population but only 39,000 paying units because of rates remissions, and because that was brought into the argument, I'd like to also raise that those that relief package was because of historical, and much of the land that all of Te Hiku enjoys, such as conservation land, reserves, and other types of whenua where we have walking tracks, were taken into ownership through legislation that marginalised Māori. So on one hand, the argument might be that rates remissions for those on Māori land means that the rest of the population picks up the bill, but the all of population who reside here in Te Ipu o Te Ika, who come and visit, can also feel welcomed on whenua that was taken through things like the Public Works Act, the Native Lands Act, aharaini. So I wanted to put that on the record as well. And though I don't like to go back to my marae and say rates are going up 7.68, what I will be telling them is that because of this burden that we all will carry now, our mokopuna might have a better chance when they become ratepayers themselves. Later, I do support option B. Tēnā koutou.
Councillor Brustich. Now, I know understanding orders, once we've raised, spoken for or against, then I can call to stay. Saying we'll do take it.
Look, we are in difficult times. I am speaking against, and I'd rather go to what we originally came to, which is 6.7%. I know that could result, that's an assumption we're making, could result in an increase in borrowing for operation. But I also know that we will be challenged going forward, and there's going to be a lot of changes thrown at us. I think now is an opportunity where we can demonstrate before these changes come through the next long-term plan how we can make savings. And I would suggest we can make savings, as Councillor Foy pointed out. There was a lot of consultancy costs, and then there's staff costs as well. Internally, there's only so much you can do. Maybe 10% saving, maybe 15% if you're really lucky. I think that would be a stretch, but the bigger savings can be made in your delivery, and we've seen that demonstrated out there. So I would say let's be innovative in how we do our delivery by not just accepting the first quote that comes along and pushing back hard. And I think the 1.3 million we're talking about here, you can get that savings through our delivery. And we have an entity called, I won't probably name them, but we have an entity that we own. And so I can't speak for them, but they've demonstrated too savings can be made. Maybe we've got those options we can look at, or maybe something else. But I think we can make those savings without borrowing money. Thank you.
Kia ora, through you Mayor Moko. I think everybody's expressed our gratitude to the staff for the work that they've completed from taking our rates from 16% position down to the current. And thank you to elected members for the debate and kōrero today. And everybody's expressed that, you know, it's a really difficult decision for us and not an easy position to be in. And firstly, I just want to acknowledge the pressure on our communities. Having been in 3 community hui over the last week, I have heard and seen the pressure that our whānau are under in terms of affordability, and that was highlighted in the 3 hui that we went to in Kaikohe, Waitangi and Te Huku last night. But in saying that, the discussion today has made me flip-flop too, and I've flip-flopped back to the 7.68% increase. Because I think our role is to make responsible decisions, not just popular ones or the cheapest option. We're deciding whether to pay for costs now or push them out into the future. And the costs that we're facing are real, and they're already here, I believe. So option A puts us around $1.3 million into debt, and option B funds that cost now. So if we don't pay for it this year, we're simply passing it on with interest to future ratepayers. We've already reduced the rates increase from around 16.5% down to this level, and that's involved significant work across the organisation. So it's already a result of really tough decisions. We've seen what happens when we defer costs. Those decisions come back later and create larger pressures for us. So deferring costs doesn't remove them, it just increases them over time. I take the point from member Board around being honest with our communities. I think that the 7.68% is the most honest decision that I can make. I know that it won't be a particularly popular one, but I think it's the responsible, long-term, sustainable option. And we should pay for today's services in today's year. So the difference at the household level is relatively small, and I say that very carefully, because I know that the impact for many of our whānau is going to be at the kitchen table. But the risks of not acting now means higher debt, less financial flexibility, and a greater likelihood, I think, of larger increases in the future. So I fully acknowledge that it adds pressure to households, to my household, to our whānau's household, to all our community households, but avoiding it now isn't going to remove that pressure. That will just increase later. So for me, this comes down to responsible governance, and so I support option B because it's transparent, it's sustainable, and it's fair. We either pay now or we pay more at a later time. Tēnā koutou.
I'm going to ask Gigi's to put up
Speaking.
innovation. Oh, captions.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the staff for the time and effort that you put in. I will not be supporting this recommendation today, which is actually quite sad, because the reason why I won't be supporting it relates to transparency, accountability and deliverability. So first of all, transparency. As elected members, we are responsible for approving the expenditure, hundreds of millions of dollars of ratepayer money. So before I can support the annual plan, I need confidence that I understand where that money is being spent. and that I've been provided with sufficient information to properly scrutinise it. A lot of the discussion today has been around the income. A lot of it has also been around spending. Thank you, Councillor Foy, Councillor Court, for pointing out some expenses that have not been put in front of us clearly and succinctly. I do not have confidence. Another example is around the strategic relationship budget. And that budget sits $1.328 million of grants and donations. Recently, I sought greater transparency around that. And despite repeated inquiries, I was not given the breakdown. This year, I note that grants and donations are also bundled together, making meaningful scrutiny very difficult. My concerns also increased over when I received an Official Information Act request confirming that $50,000 was paid from the Strategic Relation operational budget following the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding. So whether members support or oppose the payment is not the point. The point is transparency. If funding can be distributed through operational budgets outside formal grant programs, then elected members should have visibility. That's not an unreasonable expectation. It's basic financial governance. On the 1st of April 2026, I brought a notice of motion to the Council seeking a report that would identify all grants, donations, koha, external funding commitments, memorandum of understanding involving financial implications, the source of those funds, and the decision-making pathways behind them. The motion did not seek the answer. It simply sought transparency. The motion was defeated 8-2. I know Councillor Rakana says today in his korido that he wants more transparency for public ratepayers. I also want more transparency because the Council is unwilling to receive a report that provides full visibility of external funding. It becomes very difficult for me to then make a decision around the annual plan. That also brings me to the notice of motion that I brought today around transparency of better information in and better information out. That Council chose not to improve the transparency around that, which underpins the confidence of this annual plan. Second issue is around accountability. Sections again 76, 77, we have those obligations. When councillors actively reject opportunities to receive more information, and I note that we've had a good understanding from Councillor Foy today around staff, where the debate was shut down. So we have staff that are not actively on paths, potholes or pipes. They're on relationships. We must be satisfied that we have sufficient information. We have large amount of debts on our books. I'm hearing the words kicking it down the road. Becoming increasingly difficult to demonstrate that we are meeting the spirit of the obligations of the Act. And my final point is around deliverability. So Council's own figures show that over the past 5 years, $676 million of capital expenditure was budgeted, yet only $343 million was delivered. That means nearly half of what was planned was never completed. Now that history matters, because before approving another ambitious program of expenditure, we should be able to demonstrate we can realistically deliver what we have promised ratepayers. We've also heard earlier on today about our fire rate and about our roading issues. There is no flip-flop with me. If Council chooses not to seek information, not to receive more information and not to debate it more, then I struggle to see how I have confidence. For those reasons, I will be voting against the adoption of the area plan. Thank you.
Councillor Hauke.
Kia ora, e takenui. It's a big tussle, a mental tussle. But I come back. I have to come back, and the debates on both sides are good. But I come back to the whānau. You know, I'm an elected member with a reasonable salary, so I can afford to do things that other people can't. So I come back to our whānau that have to choose between kai on the table or petrol in the car, the power bill, or and I'm not getting all silly over it, but I really appreciate what the staff have done in reducing the costs, and you know, and I'd like to think that we can mitigate some of the increased costings by not travelling to all the hui, that we do stuff online, which will save lots and lots of travel reimbursements where that's possible. So, and I get the rationale, but I can't support 7.68 because I just know that even 3% is too high for some. So yeah, kore au e tautoko, aroha mai, kia ora.
Kia ora. I'm really good at the screen. Just as a word of reply, I really appreciate the robust debate that we've had at this table today. For our newly elected members, this is your first ever annual plan that you have to consider. For me, this was the biggest decision that I had on the table when I first got onto council, and it took me an entire year to finally feel like I understood what was going on, to be able to even have discussion. You've come in and they've come in sprinting with everything that's come up here. So for you today, it's a big day for all of us and for the family. I just also acknowledge that this is a significant decision, but one against a significant amount of decisions that you've had to make already in these roles. So just as well for this annual plan, but also knowing that we've got a big road ahead of us for the long-term plan for our Northern Rivers transition, and our local government reform, and where that leads us. This is going to be a significant triennium for the rest of us. I do take effect to we all have our own decision-making framework within ourselves over why we vote for or against something. And so I don't like that paintbrush gets painted to say why I have voted against things. Councillor Smulders in the debate just then need to pick up on a few things of why we voted a certain way or not. We all have different reasons at this table that we share at the time why we vote for or against something. If you lose the vote, you lose the vote. We move on, but I don't want to be generalised that these are the reasons why through the community we're seeing it. But that conversation goes to everyone at this table. When we lose a vote for something, might lose this vote soon to come as well for myself and Councillor McCall. I am sharing that up there because we have added that D that we finally put words to, and that's that the additional $1.3 million rate specifically set aside as a contingency provision, fuel price and associated supply cost increases. And it goes with that same effect this we continue to move alongside all of that. It's not an easy job to sit here and to try and find the right balance for what it costs to provide services to the people of the far north, and where we have to put that at. We've got two realistic options in our agendas today, or a 6.7 or a 7.68. Realistically, the cost is going to be 7.68, but it's how we fund it. That really is the debate. I am pushing that we fund it through operational funds right now, not through me. So we'll see how we get on. I'll call for a vote by division, please, just to make it easier. I'm in favour. Councillor McCall.
In favour.
Deputy Mayor Rankin.
In favour.
Councillor.
Aye.
Councillor Balke.
Against.
Councillor Hoy.
Against.
Councillor Hakeara.
Against.
Councillor Akina.
Against.
Councillor Smulders.
Against.
Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Lusich.
Against.
That has failed, which means we will move. What does that mean? I'll move option A.
I'll second. Oh, John.
All right.
Does D go back in? Councillor Cork, did you want D back in for the second one?
Sorry?
Oh, it's not needed, is it? No. Okay, thank you.
Okay, would anyone, Councillor Lucid, would you like to speak to option A?
Yeah, I gave a bit of an argument before, and I don't want to take too much time, but just in addition to the comments that were made, so when it's an assumption of what's going to occur, you introduce risk, right? It doesn't mean it's going to happen. And I think as council, we tend to be conservative. So I'm not frightened, and we need to make some statements of risks. And it's also great to stretch the staff and to stretch ourselves. I think we can make those savings, as I said, through operation. The other area we can make savings is through depreciation done well, as I mentioned to Charlie. And another place we could do it, Charlie, is and I'm not picking on Charlie, is the affordability committee, which we haven't stood up yet. It's getting on for a year. That's where we can actually sit down as a council and look at these options and make decisions around that, seeing where we can make the saving at the pointy end of the sticks in terms of delivery. And based on past experience and see the savings that we've made through some of the committees that we've set up, I believe we can easily get that 1.3 million.
Kia ora, thank you. In my sick brain, I think I argued for both A and B previously, but I'm standing by the 6.7% increase. Would much rather it was in line with inflation, but I understand the pressures that we are facing with unfunded central government issues. I am supporting the 6.7% primarily because that's what we consulted on through the long-term plan in 2024, the LTP Light, which this is part of. And I acknowledge again that staff worked incredibly hard to reduce the possible increase from 16.5% to the 6.7%, and the 0.98% in the other option was based on modelling and assumptions, and I don't think that it's fair to put modelling and assumptions on our community, so we should maintain the 6.7 commitment to our communities this year. Kia ora.
Any other members? Councillor Cork.
I just want to make an observation that we've sat through, I've lost count of how many workshops we've sat through. And at every single one of those workshops, staff has said to us, give us your ideas for reducing costs further. Every single one has been radio silence. You could cut the ear and a knife in this room because we all look at each other and we think, where are the cost savings? And I don't wish to be unkind, but I'm going to say it. I'm a little tired of these heroic statements that there's further cost savings to be made, that our CEO and Charlie have pixie dust in their cupboard and can go and wave a magic wand, and suddenly everybody's going to do work for the Far North District Council at a cut costs because they're mindful of the tough economic conditions up there. That's just not the real world. So if we've got ideas on how we can save costs, the workshop, but we make great speeches here because the public is watching. And that I find a little disingenuous. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ford.
Thank you. Because Councillor Ford has raised that, I just wanted to highlight that in the workshops we did propose lower rates, and ideas were actually put forward. There wasn't radio silence. One of the suggestions was to look at the cost of our staff. $41 million is a lot of money, and that was shut down, as I've said earlier, so there wasn't radio silence. And also the cost of some of the areas of council that are not part of our requirements for a territorial authority. One of those examples is climate change, which the Northern Regional Council also have a function for. So that was also raised because that's a new department of our council. We are now moving into unitary authority, so some of those duplications will be addressed by the workforces merging. Also, when we look at the actual cost, we were given the opportunity as elected members to say if the staff could bring us forward opportunities to reduce a cost further. They did highlight that it would mean a potential reduction in level of service. We didn't know what that meant because the vote was lost in our straw poll in our workshop. So the staff weren't actually given that opportunity to present those cost-saving options because the vote was lost 5-6 in the straw poll in the workshops. So that is what happened. And the other elected members were there. So I find it disingenuous for councillors to say that matters were raised and there was radio silence when there wasn't. What happened is those discussion points were shut down. And so those options to reduce the cost were not presented to elected members because the vote was lost. That is what happened. In closing though, in our long-term plan, what will be presented are those big corporate overheads and those costs that our fantastic finance people, Ken and Charlie, we're bringing forward so that we can look at those overheads and how those long-standing rollover costs that we don't have the granular information to in our asset register because they're all mushed together in asset classes instead of asset by asset. And that will be brought forward as part of our long-term plan. So I look forward to that. But I also wanted to raise with our ratepayers that we did present options. We just lost the vote. Thank you.
I'll take my rider to the fly. So, Councillor Alvin. Then Councillor Smiles.
Well, just a question. If we were still able to have a D and ring fence the 1.3 for fuel and freight cost?
Can we move it so that any operation, debt-funded operational costs being
Thank you.
Happy with that, Chief?
I'll pass to Councillor Smiles while we move that if there's that needs to be moved.
Thank you, Your Mayor. I won't rinse and repeat my former comments, but I will double down on them. If I want to make reference to my previous experience here in council around transparency and accountability, and then you go and call me out individually, I find that disrespectful, uncalled for, unwarranted and unnecessary. We have all sat here today and spoke of our experience and our understanding of the matters. Thank you.
Absolutely. Can we have it as a note? And can you ensure that when it doesn't need to be part of the resolution?
So through you, Kaki, I'm clear, and I'm not sure if maybe you want to pause adjournment for us to wordsmith some of this during a break, whether or not we want the 1.3 million specified, or if it's just ensuring that if there are any fuel-related operational spending that needs to be debt funded later down the track, that it's reported through to an official.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, we'll adjourn for lunch and see you all back here at 1:10. Pardon? They're going to wordsmith.
Sure enough.
Hello, welcome back. Before we hit our adjournment, we are on item 7.2, Annual Plan 2026-2027 adoption. During the adjournment, we got some wording for a D to be added to this motion. We're agreement with it, and so is the second by Councillor Research. That D will read the unbudgeted operational expenditure related to bill increase to be reported to Te Middle Committee for Assurance Risk. As part of the debate, I've had myself, Councillor Research, Councillor Stratford, Councillor Moore, Councillor Boyd, Councillor Allen, and Councillor Smalls speak. And as part of the debate, I will check and see if anyone else would like to speak as part of the debate on this item. I'll put it to the vote. All right, then I will put that by division, please. And I am in favour. Councillor Research. Aye. Police Supervisor.
Aye.
Councillor Allen.
Aye.
Councillor Balke.
Against.
Councillor Court.
Against.
Councillor Boyd.
Against.
Councillor Hakiat-Harenga.
Aye.
Councillor Rakina. Aye. Councillor Smalley.
Against.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
And that has passed. Thank you. We will go now to item 7.3, which is the setting of rates, due dates and penalties for 2027. Now, the recommendation in our agenda is at 7.68%, so we will actually have an alternate recommendation.
Just the attachment. So it's from
So page 171 on is the alternate that will be moved now, and I could give a second.
Or you cut out.
I am moving the alternate on 171, page 171, and that aligns with a 6.7% increase. To strike the rates in accordance with the annual plan adopted percentage rate. Seconded by Councillor Research. I'll pass over to the staff and then we'll open for questions and meetings.
This paper just gives effect to the adoption. It outlines the rate information and calculation.
Any questions?
I must have an older version of the agenda. Did this come with a 6.7 version and then it came in a 7.68 version?
Yes.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Councillor Stratford finds the version that we are currently using.
Through the chair, the version that the meeting is referring to is what is published on the website, but it was also circulated via email to all of the mayor and councillors and committee will choose.
Yep. Thank you. Yep.
I'll go to Chair Ward for question.
Thank you, Member Clerk. My question is just in relation to the 30% increase in the cubic metre rate of water. Do we collect the information on what is trucked? I'm asking this in relation to we have a $1.72 difference. This is really about affordability, this question. A $1.72 difference between potable and non-potable water. And bearing in mind that we actually truck a lot of our potable water from sources like on Te Hami Straits, for example, to our rural communities and lower socio-economic communities to the south of the reticulated system, I'm just, and also we actually, Barnet Holdings are a massive provider of water for the recreational boaties, the marina and industrial estate. My question is around the tracking, like, do we collect information on the water deliveries, like what's being trucked with potable water that could be considered non-potable, bearing in mind we've got additional transport costs plus the cost. So that's actually was one of the questions that was answered, Councillor Court's questions. It was answered that one of the reasons for the increase is due to the forecasted fuel increases. So we're actually hitting our rural communities that are on tank water with a double transport cost if they're getting it trucked. And why are we trucking potable treated water to rural areas if it's not drinkable? So I just wonder whether we collect the information on, bearing in mind that already talking about a big drought this coming summer with the heat wave in Europe. But I'm just looking at the affordability and the reality of as a rate, this is not very well publicised as to the impact of the increased 30 cents per cubic metre. And are we actually, how can we ensure that our rural people know whether they're getting potable or non-potable water? Because at the difference of $1.72 a cubic metre to a rural household, I just think it's actually ridiculous. We're nearly $5 a cubic metre for treated water. We've got to be one of the dearest in the country. So that's my question is, do we have the information? Do we know where the water is being transported to and the increase incurred unnecessary costs of potable versus non-potable in the transport? A lot of questions there, but it's all about where our water comes from and where it ends up.
Through Kahika, I can speak to, just to clarify, on the adoption of the motion of 6.71 billion 17 cents as opposed to 30. I wouldn't have the information at hand in relation to how that's transported and the impact of fuel in relation to that, but it is certainly something that we can look into and discuss with the contractors who will be undertaking that work. So possibly we could take a note and look at that to elected members in relation to that.
Yes, it's the cubic meterage being part of that I'm interested in.
Tanya, online, is there anything that you could add to this discussion to help out?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Moko. Through you, we don't charge any extra money for rural users of that potable water supply. So we don't have any records we don't keep records of where those trucks go to. We do have a record of the trucks, the water that they take, and they are all certified and registered water carriers. So they take treated water from those supplies. It's already in the pipe, it's going from one property to that supply, but there's not an additional charge on that, on the cartage of water from our end. Does that make sense?
Why do we have a charge for a non-potable? Why do we have a non-potable charge of all our water that we supply as potable?
To my knowledge, there are very, very few non-potable water supplies. Over the years, I've been aware of where residential users did previously have. There were some on the Okahu water line. They had untreated, unpotable supplies because they lived between the source and the water treatment plant. The majority of those were transferred over to potable supplies again over the years that I've been here. So there may be a couple of raw, so non-potable supplies for orchards or vineyards that I'm aware of, but there will be minimal of those left.
Okay.
My question was around the affordability of taking potable water and the contractor adding on to that and transporting it to rural areas and the affordability of those households.
Any further questions? Then we'll pass them to the debate. We can move on. striking the rates and the differentials is ever a fun task. And I also know that we've got 1,000,001 fantastic ideas on how we can better slice up our cake pie, and that's all waiting for long-term plans to be able to achieve that. So while we are striking our rates across the differentials we have here and the SIPs and the UAGC and all of that, I accept that it's still not perfect, and likely never will be a perfect way for how we have cost distribution across how we rate all the services that we provide. It is what it is, and I am looking forward to the further conversations, both in workshops for ourselves, but also out with the wider public around what does look better, land versus capital rating, how much should a uniform annual general charge be, what should sit on general rates, the benefits or not of even having board rates for what they do there, and charges. Then, the Ministry of Health says that a single urinal is a trough. The trough is no longer healthy or appropriate, so you should move to individual urinal units, and then under pen charges, we will charge for each of those individuals. So this incentivizes hoteliers or moteliers from actually following Ministry of Health guidance and changing their urinals and their toilets, because it means they can be charged for the price. So there's a whole heck of a lot of things that we can fix today with what we've got on the table right now. If we do know about it, we can have a conversation between now and next June, and we'll know about the two things. So, one to swallow, this is how we're going to slice it up right now. That's it. Thanks for the message.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, really good points. This is the annual plan, not the long-term plan. In the long-term plan, we need to address some issues that have come to the fore. You name one. Member Jessie McVeigh is also community board chair, has also named another one, cocoa sewage rates, and it is a standout, and it's a long-standing item. I just want to raise this issue where I support this because of the things that need to be done. Coming up is the waters that's going to address some of these things, but cocoa in particular has depreciation reserves, which is not a surprise really, because the scheme was fully paid up front. There was no money owing to put in by any council. It was put in by people directly when it was first established, and by the Ministry of Health. And yet we are depreciating it. So we're making the first generation pay the money, and then through depreciation pay for it again. I'd like to use this as an example of how we can look at depreciation and do it properly, especially when we go into the new entity, which don't have the same flexibility under the law that we have. It's something we must do. I'm not going to move. I'm tempted to move that we do not depreciate it anymore, rather distribute the reserves that are there over the remaining life of the asset. I'm not going to do that either, because it's long-term plans coming, and it's all going to be dealt with in the near future. And it's really a long-term plan decision, and I don't want to make force onto something that hasn't been considered fully and looked at properly. There's a promise that we will look at fully and look at that properly. So I know it's not going to bring relief to the people in Coco, but bear in mind that it is being pressed, and Jessie won't let it go for all life. So I will move as it is. Thank you. Bye.
Any other members to speak to the motion? I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
The motion is carried. We now move to item 7.4.
I'd like to move an option.
All right. It's on page 180.
Option 3 for an independent commissioner.
Councillor Cook has moved option 3, establish an independent commissioner. Hearings, I could get a seconder. Councillor Small. I will pass over to staff to speak to this, open for questions, and then come to you. Aisha can speak to any questions related to the resolution of delegations, and Emily can speak to any questions related to the stock.
For the chair, I think we can take the report as read, as it articulates the number of options here. As the court's moved an option that is articulated in the report, so we can is that.
Can you put the amendment up on screen? Because there's lots of voices. I'm missing it.
Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Ford. I have a question. And then Councillor Research.
So option 3 is being moved, which would mean it's either a new committee or using independent commissioners. With having independent commissioners, I'm not sure, as we talked about earlier on in this meeting from Councillor Court, the cumulative cost implications of that. And what's just been moved is an option that with independent commissioners could have a potential financial implication. So, sorry, is somebody answering my question, or hear some sort of response in the room? So can staff just clarify what the financial implications would be if we were to have independent commissioners?
Through the chair at the moment, the report had a bit of a light touch on what some of those external commissioner costs would be, because we haven't investigated what that could look like at this stage. So there was just an indication in there that costs would be incurred at potentially $100 to $160 per hour, but it's really hard to anticipate how much expertise is in the region, particularly, whether or not we would have to incur disbursement costs or travel and arrangements to get in here as well. So it's a little unknown.
Okay, so I asked that question because that was my understanding as well. The cost implications of having that option are unknown, and from being a commission myself, I know that isn't a small amount of time, or in particular reading and before the hearings, as well as actually undertaking the hearings themselves, and then also in the recommendation reports. So I'm not in favour of the motion because it hasn't been costed. And as we've heard today, the cost to ratepayers, we've already proposed a rate where we will be lending additional costs to cover the costs of petrol and additional transport costs because of what's happened globally. I would hate for this to be an additional cost to our council as well. So in light of that, I'd like to speak against that and also highlight that there's a risk, or that it's highly probable that the significant cost of this, because dogs is actually our biggest topic that we've ever received submissions on, that would take up quite a lot of time, energy and cost for our council.
I'll go to Councillor Research and Councillor Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that was my question. And so can I just ask for staff, based on what may have happened in the past, those that have experience in the likely time frame, can you put any quantity at all on it? Because it's really open-ended. You know, is it going to be well over $100,000, which it could well be? That's experienced, ex-independent commissioner, Councillor Foy, has raised. So I'm happy to speak against it for that reason. So I want to hear, though, the debate and just the reasons why we're going that way rather than using an internal committee. So at the moment, I'm against. I know we're in question time.
Councillor Stratford.
Kia ora. Can staff indicate how many dangerous dog classifications have had to be done in the last 10 years? I can remember one in about 6 years ago.
Through you, Kahika. Councillor Stratford, there haven't been that many, but there are certainly some. This particular...
it's when there's an objection that you need to have a committee.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
This is that situation where it's objecting to that classification for this particular dog.
Okay, so very rarely do is an objection. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kahika. I just wondered if I could add to that. In the last 7 years, I can only recall us ever having to convene one hearing to consider an objection to the dog classification, which was heard by the then regulatory compliance.
What do other councils do for these classifications? And do they have the power? Is there I'm just thinking, does Auckland Council also meet in the green listing for objections across the 20,000 youths that live in Auckland as well? Or what are other councils doing in this?
Thank you, Kahika. In Christchurch, they've got 2 community board members and a councillor who meet. Queenstown is a hearing panel of 3 councillors. Whangarei, they go to the exemptions and objections committee. I couldn't tell you what Auckland does currently. And I've just had a message that independent commissioners shouldn't be referred to them. They only work in the RMA sphere, so not in this space.
So we'd look to get, by commissioner, we wouldn't mean like RMA commissioners, we'd look to get independence with the relevant expertise to be able to sit as commissioners.
There you go, because there is debate whether there are such people available.
I'll go to Councillor Dalkey's question.
Just speaking to Councillor Hawke's option 3, given that we're not dog behavioural specialists, well, I'm not, and what would happen if we decided, if it went to committee and we decided that this dog was dangerous based on the person's appeal, and then it did go and hurt somebody? That's a really uncomfortable feeling for me, given that there's not a lot of them doesn't seem like we're going to be flooded with these types of scenarios, but if there's only a few of them and we're only paying on a case-by-case basis, perhaps it is a good idea, given that could there be liability that rests with us for making a decision that potentially put a dangerous dog back into the community.
Kia ora, through Kahika, Councillor Sparky, that it is a very real position that councillors could find themselves in. And it's no easy situation, this one. We would have to identify external advisors who are perhaps specialists in the field that could come in and support us.
Really, I'm just wondering if that could be done remotely, or, with that person to hear the appeal via videoing or something like that to make it a cheaper option. But I just think for me, being on that committee and making a decision that could put it, there's like people's lives there. That's a big call to put on councillors, just my view. Thank
you. I'm going to go, I can see Rebecca's hands up. Rebecca.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, through the chair. Sorry, my mute was on. Just to provide some clarification, it is in fact entirely normal for elected members to sit on decision-making bodies associated with hearing objections under the Dog Control Act. That's specifically what the legislation contemplates, that it will be heard by elected members. And as far as the need for specialist knowledge, I guess that comes potentially more via the provision of that information via staff who are putting an objection to an objection matter before the council to be considered. They could bring in expert evidence in that respect. The decision-making function that is being carried out by elected members is not in relation to understanding that specialist aspect, but merely making a decision in a regulatory context in much the same way that you might consider a decision on objection to a road closure. So, and as far as liability goes, there is no, there will be no individual liability for an elected member acting in good faith in carrying out a legislative regulatory function.
Another question.
I've got a question from Councillor Research, then Councillor Naki.
I thought determining whether a dog's dangerous or not is not really our job. It's done by the central government, isn't it? That's my question.
This is not about whether the dog is dangerous or not. We have classified it as dangerous under the Act, and they are objecting to that classification.
So under legislation, if someone objects to the classification that we have made on the dog, it then goes to a hearing. And we're deciding who actually sits to hear and make a decision on whether we uphold the dangerous classification or take it away.
So
that is correct.
Yeah, so just clarity, every council can change that classification. Is that right?
Through the hearing process. I believe, can I just confer with my learned colleague, Rebecca?
Through the chair, I'd have to look specifically at the legislation, but my understanding is that you're making a decision on whether or not the process that's being followed in making a classification is reasonable. So it's a review process. So you're looking at what's been determined at an operational level in accordance with the Dog Control Act to apply that classification. So you're effectively providing a review process there. And I'm pretty sure, and again, I'm sorry, I would have to look quickly at the Dog Control Act, that there would be an appeal from the decision of council to the district court. So it's not the last step in the process for anybody seeking to question the decision. But it is indeed something that's set out under the Dog Control Act and contemplated as a matter for decision by elected members, and I've been peripherally involved in such matters at Whangarei District Council, where, as Hilary's pointed out, they have a specific exemptions and objections committee on which around about 3 members usually sit to consider a variety of objections and exemptions matters that arise under a variety of legislation.
Thank you for that. I just realised also that we can take any dog regardless of breed. So they are dangerous breeds, and we can make any dog dangerous based on a very prescribed path, based on its behaviour. So that's clarified my thinking on it all. So thank you. Yeah, so Chihuahua could be dangerous if it behaves in a dangerous way.
So that I can question.
Is Councillor Stratford the chairperson of the Kupa? Who's the external of the Kupa? What do you know?
I don't have one.
Thank you.
Is it correct, my understanding, that the reason why we've never had this while I've been on council is because we've never had to have an objection to a classification, but we do have a current one, which is why we need to delegate this power.
I think as Aisha said, there's only one experience for her in 7 years, but this used to be under the former the Kukapa committee, whatever it used to be. Councillor Stratford, which you didn't have in the last triennium, I believe.
We will get into the debate, and I'll pass to Councillor Hooper to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. In part, my reasons for recommending an independent commissioner, not a committee, I'm very clear about that, are entirely selfish. I'll put that out there at the outset. Next, according to Kukapa, there is in the draft agenda an item for the committee to hear an objection to a classification of a dangerous dog. Councillor Stratford has reached out to me and said she has a conflict, and as a deputy chair, need to manage that process. I simply do not have the time or capacity to manage that process. It is not a small amount of time, and it is not a small amount of reading. And I have had to do this in the past. And Councillor Stratford will be aware, as will Rachel, who was a councillor at the time. Historically, when we had objections and I was the deputy mayor and we had to have a hearing, and I then advised I had to write the legal report. And we had one for Sweetwater. And that little piece of work to meet the statutory deadline required that I thought we had notice. I'm not prepared to do that any longer. I have not got the time to read the Dog Control Act. I have not got time to understand the legislation, and I have not got the capacity to write a legal decision. I have not got capacity to attend a court hearing if it is appealed. That could be delegated to another member of the committee, but the only other member of our committee who holds a qualification as Commissioner is Hilda Hakeat Harawira. Councillor Foy has raised the issue of cost. So we do have the costs here back on page 182, and it says here it takes about a day for the hearing. Might be the case. Researching and writing your decision could easily be another. In the compliance schedule, it said some indicative costings are included in this report and would be covered within operational budgets. I also want to draw my colleagues' attention to the background work under the Dog Control Act. What the committee would do: classification of a dog as dangerous or menacing, qualification of a dog owner, probationary owner status, or other decisions specified in the Act. So it's not going to be an avalanche. I'm not concerned about an avalanche cost coming, and the cost can easily be covered within operational budgets. I have been thinking for some time about requesting to be removed from this committee due to my personal capacity. Roading is just enormous and it's taking every waking minute of my time, and I really don't feel I can do this justice. So if the committee does today, the council does today, wish to proceed with a recommendation in 7.4, I want to signal that both the chair and the deputy chair are not available to manage that process should it come up on the agenda next week. I like the idea of an independent commissioner who is qualified and understands this legislation. I could just about recite the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act to you in my sleep. I'm not familiar with the dog control legislation, and I don't feel qualified to write a legal decision that is going to stand up at appeals to the district court. Stop at that point, thank you.
Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Smulders, seconded, and Councillor Stratford.
We'll save one for
Councillor Stratford.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Te Kukapa Committee is really well set up. We've got 2 other elected members on that committee that hold a commissioner's qualification, but under the Dog Control Act, you don't even need to have the commissioner's qualification. It is just elected members that are asked to hear an objection, and I would urge us to vote down option 3 because there is a degree of urgency in addressing this matter. I appreciate what Councillor Court has said, but we also have the largest committee membership, so a quorum is 4. And the staff wrote the last decision report for the regulatory committee when there was a dog classification objection heard, not me as the chair of that regulatory committee on that day. But yes, just for public, I will be stepping aside from that table for the potential hearing next week or the week after because of the perceived conflict. And that happens when you live in a small town. You grew up in a small town. Kia ora.
Rebecca's hand up.
Are we in debate?
Pardon?
Are we in debate or questions?
Yes,
Okay.
debate.
You got a point of clarification, Rebecca?
Sorry, if my hand, through the chair, if my hand was up, it ought not to be. No, I have no point of clarification. I mean, I would reiterate the points that have been made around the necessity for this to involve RMA commissioners. That is an error in the report. It should not be referring to RMA commissioners. They work solely in the sphere of the Resource Management Act. The Dog Control Act is something entirely different. If you were looking at some kind of external non-elected members sitting on such a committee, we'd somehow have to find some form of expert or some form of person capable of sitting on an adjudication body. It wouldn't be someone who'd done RMA training necessarily at all.
Any other members for the debate? Election.
Councillor Smolders, I'm going to reply.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Smolders and then Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. There are 9 reasons why this is a great idea. It gives us greater impartiality, and we've just had that highlighted today with Councillor Stratford saying that we live in small communities. We often know the dog owner or the complainant, the neighbours, the local interest group, and so we don't have any actual or perceived conflict of interest if we have a neutral person. That person that comes along has specialty expertise. They understand the dangerous dog classification, they understand menacing dogs, they understand appeals, infringement decisions, they have the legal and procedural understanding and expertise to produce a robust decision. It also provides reduced political pressure. It also provides consistency. So if we have someone that is consistently able to do this, although I hear it maybe only once every couple of weeks, I think that is key. It also gives us better protection against legal challenge. So whilst we're saying it could cost us money, it actually could save us money because we have a well-reasoned, decision-based evidence and law review, reducing the legal costs. The 6th reason is the separation of governance and quasi-judicial functions. Councillors are primarily responsible for setting the dog control policy, approving the bylaws, determining budgets. Determining individual disputes is a quasi-judicial role, and that should be separated from governance. Reason number 7 is just more efficient use of council time. As we've heard, we've got a lot of reforms, calling the reform storm at the moment going on, and I appreciate that it is not an efficient use of council time and the amount of time that may be needed for each individual case. It gives us better procedural fairness. There's rules of evidence, conducting hearings, managing witnesses. So if we can have someone neutral, it just gives the public confidence in our fairness, which brings me to my final point. Public confidence is that both dog owners and complainants can have greater confidence that their case has been decided independently rather than being from an elected representative. And for those 9 reasons, I support.
Thank you.
Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the RMA Commissioner is a bit of a red herring. You know, you don't have to be an RMA Commissioner. So you have to be able to write a legally defendable quasi-judicial decision that is going to stand up if it's appealed to the court. Well, that's not a skill set that necessarily sits with elected members. To be able to do that, you have to go to Auckland University and get a qualification. And yes, I hold that qualification, as does Councillor Floyd, Councillor Hilda Halkia Harawira, Councillor Stratford, and I apologise if I've missed anybody else out. But that is not a short program, and it's not easy to do that. And then when you get your decision, when you get your qualification, you've got to run the hearing and write your decision. And I've been appealed more times than I can count, and had to appear before the judge more times than I can count, because we're not lawyers. We do our best, but we're not lawyers. So I think ultimately it can cost money. I was very surprised to hear that when Councillor Stratford did this previously, the staff wrote the decision. I can't think of a single case on law where that would be allowed. You write your own decision, you're the judge. You can't delegate that to staff. You might ask the staff to help you, but you have to write the decision yourself. So it's not a small task. Inevitably, we will know the dog or the dog owner, and we will be lobbied. And there's some lobby groups out there that just can't help themselves and just got to send emails to all of us and try and influence the process. So, and accepting that I just don't want to do this, and I'm being really honest with you guys, I just don't have the time or the energy to do it. If you are going to proceed to delegate this to Te Kupa, I will be talking to the Mayor or filing a notice motion to be removed from that committee. I've got too many other things on at the moment. Let me just check my notes, make sure I've covered everything. Oh, we heard it was urgent. I just want to challenge that. The dog has been classified as dangerous. That classification sits until the hearing is complete. So there's no urgency to do this other than perhaps on behalf of the owner who wants the classification removed. So I think we've got time to find the right person to do this. And their report can go to Te Kupa. I just don't want to be the one that has to do it. Thank you.
The roll of point beginning, so I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
Agree. Opposed option 3.
Option 3. Actually, I'll do a vote by division first. I'll go to the Councillor Court as mover.
Aye.
Councillor Smulders.
4.
I'm in favour. Kohiku.
Aye.
Councillor Allen.
Aye.
Councillor Balki. Councillor Floyd.
Against.
Councillor Hakia Paravita.
I think she went off sick.
You could. Councillor Hakia.
Against.
Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Lusich. That is 5 or 6-4. That is carried. And I believe that we've got enough flexibility to just make that happen. We're going to go now to item 7.5 in the supplementary agenda, which is trade road closure to enable customer trade. Recommendation of the council approves the temporary closure of 2 streets to enable the safe operation of storage capacity. We have done some research. Second. Sorry, the recommendation in your agenda is going to be changed. If you're not happy with this, Councillor Roostich, to read that pursuant to the Local Government Act 1974, Section 342 of Schedule 10 for 11E, Council approves the temporary to enable the same. Just getting the legislative backing is the right.
11B.
11E. To speak to the report.
Kathy, unfortunately, at the moment, we do have to and answer any questions. So, yeah.
Happy for any questions? Councillor Floyd.
And I have a question.
I've got my agenda in this little separate agenda. So on page 10, it shows the map and the colours of what those different coloured shapes mean are on page 9. My concern is with those business owners. I'm not actually sure. Has somebody gone to talk to them? Like because what I read here on page 8 is that the works will all be done in the daytime, so between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m, and there's going to be no night works. So I'm sure it's going to affect businesses like the physiotherapist, for example, on TAFE Street, that has customers coming and going if the road's going to be closed for the whole street and he's in the middle of the street. Can someone please talk to how those businesses have been talked to or been worked with?
Yes, through the chat. So each section in the layouts are individual sections that are going to be closed temporarily for up to 3 weeks per section. Essentially, this is the letter drop that's going to notify at the beginning, which is on Tuesday coming up, and then they will then be notified again closer to it. So overall, the entire section, up TAFE and also West Lake, are going to have one overall letter drop, and then individually, when it gets to the section a week prior to the section that they are going to be working within, they're then notified again, second time. And then there is another piece of paper also for the reinstatement. And again, that's a third time that they are going to be individually letters dropped to them. Right. So they haven't created the register yet, but they will be doing that on Tuesday when they walk through.
Thank you. So I have a supplementary question for that response. So before this came to us, no one went and spoke to the owners about this method and if there were any issues with it. So we're just going to tell them what's happening instead of going to them and asking, do you have any concerns about this? This is the methodology we're proposing. We're just going to say it's happening.
Through the chat. I believe that they have, that the project team that is carrying the works out have already done so, and this is a second notification with a letter drop concerning the actual closure. So they have been spoken to. The school that drops their school bus off, their Paparore, that school, John has been spoken to as well. So they have actually spoken to a lot of the businesses along Commerce. So they are aware of the works that are coming up, and they're just being told the actual start dates, which does need to be changed because it has been shifted back from what is written in this notification. It is going to be the 9th of July.
Thank you.
Councillor Stratford.
Yep.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Was it me or
Councillor Message, yes, please.
You just relate a very similar question to Councillor Foy. I know in New Zealand, we seem to be very poor in closing places for a long time, whereas in other places we do it quickly. Mind you, whoever did our ceiling here in Trico were great. They did it overnight. The question is, are we going to leave one lane open? I'm looking at where the pipeline's going in. That may be possible in some parts of the section. Has that been considered? So that at least there's one lane. And 3 weeks seems a long time. And the other question is, what about during the night? Are you going to put safety rails around it and allow one lane to open?
Through the chair, for the entirety of TAFE Street, yes. So they will have a cordon fencing that they'll put up and over the weekend for unattended site. So they will make sure that the unattended site is backfilled as much as possible, or they do have sheets that they place over the actual over the hole, so that they are going to reopen, which would be the sections on TAFE down the sides where the cars park, and around the actual, it's called a contraflow. Yeah. So down TAFE, yes, but unfortunately not down West Lane when you go to layouts in purple and that turquoisey. Oh no, not turquoise, like that fuchsia colour. It's too narrow in that section. It's too deep.
So the other related question I had was, are they considering working longer hours? No.
Chair, I don't believe so.
West Lane is just a tiny little service lane for the back of all the shops for them to access their shops through.
Correct, yeah. So the businesses will be told 3 times and a week ahead of when it's actually going to impact those little blue sections, and they are being told to park just by the old Pack and Save parking lot for those businesses. Some of them can get there, but the trucks delivering their supply probably won't be able to fit down that end section.
That's good.
Councillor Shepherd.
Thanks. Councillor Vucic addressed mine mostly, but I did want to ask if we are going to be supporting the business centre with signage, if there is going to be any impact to people with disabilities or, anybody being able to park and walk to services. Will there be some signage for pedestrians and people in mobility scooters, not just traffic management signs? And also making sure that traffic management doesn't block the footpath for the walking and mobility apparatus users. Has that been considered?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, it has. So there is a more detailed layout per individual section that we do have against their TMP. There is just 8 pages of them, so I didn't include this, but it does have pedestrian walkways that are not on TAFE Street. They're not going to pedestrians, and the footpath will still remain open along TAFE. And then when they close West Lane, there's also a pedestrian access to be able to, for businesses to access the back of their businesses, but also for the down West Lane as well.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Balke.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just checking these little coloured spots, they'll be staggered, what will they? So like if the purple is closed, you can access it from this other direction. If the middle's closed, you can come from both ends. So, and it does say in the report over here that driveway access may be affected at times. However, we will work with you to ensure your property is still accessible. So they're finding ways. It is going to be a pain for those shop owners because they all park behind there. But they are stating in there that they believe they're still going to be able to get access to those shops, and a lot of it should still be completely open. It will just be the parts. It'll be a moving job site. Is that your understanding as well?
Through the chair, yes. Yes.
So they are minimise the impact.
So the widest point and the deepest point is at the tail end of Tay, and it is 2 metres deep. So that's the boring that happens is 2 metres from that through the centre line, and then it gets shorter and shallower.
Because one section's done, let's say the purple, that gets reopened, they move to the next one, that gets done. So access is always shifting and moving.
Correct, yeah.
Good, thank you.
I'll go to Chair Subtitles.
Is this part of an ongoing process in terms of clearing some of our stormwater in our roading networks in Koto? Or is this it?
Yeah, so through the chair, sorry. Yes, it is. So this project originally was part of the wastewater program and the other works that have already been carried out. Donald's Lane on there for photo, but now we've moved and shifted into stormwater. So yeah, it is part of their strategic plan, I think.
Scheduled renewals.
Scheduled renewals, sorry.
Go to Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Ford.
Kylie, I may have missed it. When's this work commencing?
Sorry, for the chair. It was when the application was put in, so they already provide the date. However, they have been told that they're going to be doing the letter drop next week, so they've pushed the start date back to the 9th, and they are aware that obviously we have Matariki, so they're going to soft start, so they're going to mark out the week before, and then we have the long weekend.
So we changed the date of the application to the 9th of July, then right now it's 29th of June.
Yeah.
So I'm just assuming that comms will go out on our website or is already.
Yeah, I've sent it through to him, so he's got it. We're just waiting.
Thank you.
Councillor Ford.
For the purple area outside Peekaboo Cafe, I can see it's in the service lane, but Peekaboo to the left of that service lane has their large parking area, which isn't shown in the coloured square. But I just wanted to clarify that the works won't block their parking area, like they can still utilise that. The construction activities aren't going to go into their parking area. That will still be able to be used all the time for the cafe.
So through the chair, the BNZ, where the BNZ finishes and there's that concrete wall there, is where the actual works is being carried out. That's just extension down because of the traffic management signage that's going to be posted. It's not going all the way to the end of that lane. It stops at that BNZ because it picks that line up, which is at the corner of the back of the old BNZ, sorry, the KBA. Apologies, but yeah. So the works won't actually carry on in front of Peekaboo, so no, that business won't be affected.
The white line.
Yeah. So that's basically where it finishes. Yeah.
To debate now, I'll go to Councillor Research. Just to know we've changed the date in the resolution. You're happy with the message of the 9th of July?
I'm supporting it. Stormwater is a crucial thing, as Councillor Foy knows. Best kid.
Anyone else like to speak for Councillor Foy?
So as part of this debate, I think that the map is really good. But before this work was done, I did a site visit with Tanya Proctor as infrastructure chair and Matt Richardson as the capital deliveries manager. We walked this area not along the service lane, but along the main street. I don't want to have to move an amendment today, but one of the key issues that we saw, and I'm not sure if Tanya can speak to this, is that all of the cesspits along the main Commerce Street were blocked with debris. And I'm not sure if it's the roading contract or the stormwater contract that requires those cesspits to be emptied, but I can see why they flood, and it's because they're filled with crap. So I just wanted a response instead of moving an amendment that those cesspits have been cleared from either roading or stormwater.
Sorry, yes. So majority of them, there's 14 that's actually listed. So we've gone to Fulton Hogan to do an inspection and find these assets. They were not previously marked on our from the roading team's perspective. So they are picking up the 18 that's along the section from I think it's Redan all the way to the fire brigade. So that's, yeah, so there's 18 that's not listed, so they would contribute to that, but once we pick them up and they are picked up, then they'll be cleaned up.
And will get added to a schedule, so that...
Correct, yeah.
So can I, so it's not June, you know, it's winter. Can I just have clarification, because we did walk that like in summer, that they have been cleared out, that someone's gone with a spade and cleared them out?
Sorry.
Or can someone come back to me, please, and address that? Because I don't want to have to get my spade out. I don't think that's fair.
Charlie's nodded that he's going to follow up on it. We know it was cleared, or if not, that we
Can I also add to Empire Street? A lot of those businesses are continually affected, i.e. there was a lot of work, groundwork done around the old warehouse building, and all of that, should I say, waste material or overload went into the drains behind the gyms, etc., right through that area, right onto Centennial Park. Sorry, yeah, the RSA Centennial Park. So if those could be written into, would be excellent.
All right, Councillor Vincent, shall I reply?
No, I think it's no. Go ahead.
I'll put the motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Floyd.
Sorry, I hadn't quite finished it. It's hard to do it online. I think Tanya will know that I'll bring this up as well. The other part of the project, which I wanted joined as part of this whole project, the road closure with Far North Roading, was the connection, as member Sabritsky has brought up, between Commerce Street and along Empire Street and into the East Lane. I did ask a question about that at my infrastructure committee about progress of adding that portion of stormwater works to this contract delivery, but I haven't got any update about the timeframes around that for the scoping of detailed design and adding it to this contract potentially.
Through you, Keika. Councillor Foy, so investigations are still ongoing on the eastern catchment there. So we have identified some root intrusion in some of those pipes. So we'll be cutting that out, completing our CCTV, which will help the stormwater flow. And we're also looking at those floodgates as well for FNDC. So we will be improving the system, and we'll come back to you with our detailed design.
Yeah. Councillor Research, right?
Nothing, Dan.
If you want to put the motion, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions?
In favour.
That's carried. Thank you. And that is our meeting. I do want to just give apologies to our community chairs who know that's very included in this for you to be able to speak to. This meeting was a standing plan only meeting, and then we've got a few more clip-ons that we added on to that needed to be added on to, but I do apologise for that or to you contributing to issues or things that have come up in the meeting. As always, appreciate the input that you bring up. I'll close our meeting with Kakia. Tapu ua kōrero ka irihi ki ngā pātū tō tātou whare ki ngā koko wāna kauni e hui e.
Ai, e.